So welcome to everyone, and welcome back to those who were with us yesterday. I must admit that you're a bit more disciplined than the audience we had yesterday, because you've now all moved to your seats, which was a lot more difficult to achieve yesterday. So well done for that. A couple of reminders for speakers and the audience. There will be, with the sessions and the keynotes, not with the keynotes, but with the sessions, the possibility to ask questions to the panelists. So please, when you do have a question, make it short. Don't go into long explanations. And for the speakers, the same rule applies. Whenever discussing, try and make your answers short as well in order to keep the debate lively. On behalf of Szilárd, who can't talk, so when you speak to him, don't be surprised if he only talks very softly. He's lost his voice. So I'm going to introduce the event, today's event to you on his behalf. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear distinguished guests, it is Szilárds great pleasure to welcome you to Yacht Club de Monaco for the 7th Alternative Fuels and Sustainable Yachting Conference, held as part of the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge and co-organized with the Prince Albert II Foundation. Few industries are facing a transformation as profound as the one currently underway in maritime transport and yachting. Today, we are challenged to rethink not only how we design and operate vessels, but also how we produce, store, and use energy. The diversity of today's program reflects the complexity of that challenge. Over the coming hours, we will explore a wide range of technologies and energy carriers, from hydrogen and methanol to battery systems, wind propulsion, and even nuclear energy. Each offers opportunities, each presents challenges, and each contributes to an important conversation about the future of our industry. The purpose of today's conference is not to identify a single winner in the race towards decarbonization. Rather, it is to create a forum where experts from across the maritime, energy, and technology sectors can exchange perspectives, challenge conventional thinking, and collectively build a clearer understanding of the solutions available to us. The path to a sustainable future will not be defined by one technology alone. It will be shaped by innovation, collaboration, and the willingness to learn from one another. I would also encourage you throughout the day to step outside onto the quayside and visit the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge teams. There, beyond the presentations and discussions, you will find young engineers and innovators turning ambitious ideas into working prototypes and real-world applications. They remind us that several of the technologies we discussed today are already being tested and developed by the next generation. Thank you all for joining us and for contributing your expertise to this important dialogue, and wishing you a stimulating conference and engaging discussions throughout the day. I'd like to welcome Salomé Mormantin from the Prince Albert II Foundation, who's the Polar Initiative Manager, to come on stage and address a few words. Please welcome Salomé. Thank you.
Hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. Thank you very much for being here today. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the 7th Alternative Fuel and Sustainable Yachting Conference. First, I would like to start by thanking the Yacht Club for welcoming us once again in this beautiful setting, and for the continued commitment of Monaco to place innovation, maritime expertise, and environmental responsibility, and to allow us to meet to have concrete ways forward. After 6 editions, this conference became an important moment of exchange. It started with a focus on hydrogen, and hydrogen remained a very important part of the discussion. But what we can also see today is the conversation has evolved. And as it was said by Szilárd through the word, the future of maritime decarbonization will not depend on only one solution. It will depend on our ability to understand different solutions, to test them, compare them, and see how they can be implemented in a realistic and responsible way. This is exactly what the program of today is reflecting on. We will be looking at different energy pathways for the maritime and yachting sector, from hydrogen, methanol, wind propulsion, battery system, and civil nuclear energy. But beyond these technologies themselves, we will also try to address a key question to truly move forward: infrastructure, investment, safety, impact. In other words, the condition we need to bring forward those innovations to implementation. Your presence here today is essential because you are the people developing this solution, testing them, financing them, but also bringing them to a closer to reality. So I would like to thank all the speakers, all the partners, all the participants for their commitments. And I look forward to the presentation, to the discussion of today, and the engaging conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Salome. And so without further ado, because we've got a very intense program ahead of us, I would like to welcome John Rossent, who's the president of the Monaco Hydrogen Alliance. Obviously, we'll be talking about hydrogen, which is one of our first key topics. So please welcome John to the stage.
Merci Laurent. Comment je fais? Juste
avancer.
Voilà, voilà.
Mais en mettant vers là-haut.
Okay, great. Merci Laurent. Hello everybody, it's really great to be back here for the Alternative Fuels and Sustainable Yachting Conference. It's really, all my admiration goes to you and your team, Szilard, for putting this together. It's a remarkable gathering of people, and the Energy Boat Challenge is one of the highlights of my year. And I just so enjoy seeing this sort of next generation of energy leaders trying out their technology. Now, I wanted to give you just a brief overview of things from our perspective, and 10 minutes is really not much time to talk about the future of an entire industry. So I wanted just to use this time to make, I guess, one argument as clearly as I can. I think we are living in a time, an extraordinary time, and in which there's an extraordinary window of opportunity, but it's quite a narrow window of opportunity in my view. But it's a time of opportunity in which Europe can take the lead on hydrogen and on hydrogen's derivatives, particularly in maritime. Not in the future, not eventually, but really now. And what happens in gatherings like this one over the next 2 or 3 years, I think, will decide whether we can make the most from this opportunity. Now, why do I say narrow? Because I think 3 things are happening at once, but they will not stay aligned forever. First, the world stopped waiting for a global answer. Last October, as many of you, I'm sure, are well aware, the IMO postponed the vote on its net zero framework. And that was the closest thing we've really had to a global carbon price on shipping, on maritime. And that pushed the decision to this coming October or perhaps later. That was a real setback for anyone hoping that London would hand our industry a single global signal. But look at what's happened in the meantime, quietly, while we were kind of waiting. Fuel EU Maritime is now live and being enforced. The European Union emissions trading system has been pricing shipping emissions now since for a couple of years, and now it applies it at full scope. And in March, the Commission adopted a port strategy, putting hydrogen infrastructure at the heart of port competitiveness here in Europe. So while the world waited for a global rule book, Europe, in fact, has been writing its own. And that, in fact, looks to me quite like leadership. And I'm not sure that most people appreciate that yet. Secondly, the United States, as I think everybody is well aware, has been stepping back, and it's stepping back in real time. Last October, Washington, of course, canceled $2 billion in funding for some of its hydrogen hubs. And most importantly, the hubs that were completely cut were the ones that were completely focused on renewable hydrogen, particularly on the West Coast. Now, capital, talent, and supply chains move towards a durable demand signal. And for the first time in a decade, that signal is strongest and most durable in Brussels, in Paris, in Berlin, maybe in Monaco too, than in Washington. Third, and this is the one that is in some ways the most exciting, technology has really left the laboratory. It's floating in the harbor right now with these amazing teams. Feedship's Project 821 breakthrough, which everyone's heard about, 118.8 meters, the largest yacht to come out of the Netherlands, carries roughly 4 tons of liquid hydrogen, feeding a 3.2 megawatt fuel cell that lets her run silently at anchor on hydrogen for a week or more. Ernesto Lacolla, who works at exactly this kind of engineering at Feedship, is on this stage later this morning. Ciao, ciao, Ernesto. So this is all really important. And you look at this club, had gotten behind in 2024, I think, the floating pontoon that produces energy. And if you look at this year, I think 9 of the teams competing in the Monaco Energy Challenge are running on hydrogen. So we are not debating a concept anymore. We are debating how fast we can scale it. Now, I know a lot of people in this room, your engineers, your energy experts, fuel suppliers, yacht owners, naval architects. You don't want to talk that oversells. We've had a lot of that. So let me be honest about the gap that currently exists and about the trajectory. Yes, the hydrogen industry has missed the wildly ambitious targets that it set for itself a few years ago. But it hasn't stalled, it hasn't stopped. The IEA now expects committed low emissions hydrogen production to grow 5-fold by 2030. There's real underlying momentum, let's not forget that, even if the ambition curve has come back down to earth a little bit. Sure, renewable hydrogen still costs roughly 4 times that of gray hydrogen. And infrastructure, not the vessel, not the fuel cell, remains the real bottleneck. None of that changes by wishing it away. It changes only through the investment decisions that many of you will be called to make in the coming year, 2 years, 3 years. And here's the point I want to really leave you with. Direct hydrogen use on the seas will remain for some time yet a story of hotel loads, harbor operation, short range, day boats, support vessels. That's real, and it matters. But it isn't where hydrogen's biggest leverage sits. 5 years ago, when we founded the Monaco Hydrogen Alliance, we focused our mandate uniquely on renewable hydrogen. But since then, we've widened our scope to every renewable fuel in which the hydrogen atom is present, ammonia, methanol, synfuels, the whole family. And I think that is the right decision. I think it's reflected in a lot of the conversations over the last couple of days here. So hydrogen's biggest leverage, in fact, is as a molecule, the building block behind the green methanol that you'll be hearing about later this morning. It's the building block behind green ammonia, which commercial shipping is now writing into its order build for new ships. And even the solid oxide fuel cells you'll hear discussed today, which can run directly on ammonia or methanol at efficiencies well beyond combustion, are at heart hydrogen technology wearing a different fuel's clothing. Hydrogen is not one propulsion option competing against the others on the program. It's the common denominator underneath most of them. And the molecule we will be fundamentally reliant on for the fuels that get maritime to net zero in the future. There's no question about, I think. So why is this a European opportunity specifically, and a yachting opportunity specifically? First, yachting, of course, can do something commercial shipping cannot do easily, which is to pay the green premium first and de-risk the infrastructure later. And it's the infrastructure that we will need at scale. The pontoon that produces energy in the harbor is a small example of exactly that pattern. France has just shown that another version of at national scale, some 70 million euros of this year's French budget, raised directly from the carbon price ship owners now pay under the EU ETS, is being channeled straight back into maritime decarbonization. That's a closed loop. Tax the emissions and fund the solution, the fix. And it's exactly the kind of mechanism, I think, that solves a chicken and egg problem like ours. And it's worth studying more closely. Perhaps this is a model also for Monaco to consider. The chicken and egg problem, vessel versus bunkering, that this morning's infrastructure panel will debate for the next hour or so, yachting has already begun to answer in this harbor at a small scale, true. But our job now is to make that scale less small. So it's an extraordinary moment and a narrow one. Global rules are delayed, American support retreating selectively away from green hydrogen and other renewables. European regulation is biting with real deadlines and real penalties. And in France's case, recycling them into exactly the right place. So I think, as we see outside, the hard engineering problems are solvable. So Europe does not get handed leadership in energy transition very often. In fact, I think the past couple of decades has shown that Europe has sometimes really fumbled the ball when it comes to this subject. Europe was second or worse in solar manufacturing and batteries. But hydrogen and its derivatives in maritime is different. We have a genuine opportunity to lead this revolution and show the world how it's done. And it's down to the next generation of engineers and doers, these young men and women outside, many of you in this room, who can embrace this momentum and turn that vision into reality. Anyway, thank you very much. Very short talk, and I'll hand over to Pierre Cecaldi, who will take us from outlook to pathway. Thank you very much. Merci, merci.
Thank you, John. Indeed, as you introduced Pierre Cecaldi, who's basically is the project engineer at and works with Cap Énergie, which is a cluster of companies involved in obviously the energy sector in France. And he's going to be talking to us about some of the stuff that John mentioned and how the evolution of the molecule of hydrogen is delving into not only green hydrogen, but also methanol, ammonia, and the various options that are available to us. Please welcome Pierre. And Pierre, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much, Laurent. Thank you, everyone. Thanks. Okay. Good morning. Thanks to the organizers for giving us the opportunity to share with you some of our understanding regarding the development of alternative fuels to make a more sustainable maritime sector. So this is the global fleet right now, about 300,000 vessels. Green and red represent tankers and container ships. Blue are passengers, and the purple ones are the yachts. Only 10% of that fleet use renewable fuels today, and decarbonizing the remaining 90% will take, of course, great effort from everyone. There shouldn't be any timing in these slides, so I don't know what's happening. So that's going to take great effort from all parties and on many different aspects, and I'm going to focus on fuels this morning. And we are proposing this four-dimensional framework, and I'll start from the end with a global roadmap that's been kindly provided to me by Eric Lagrange, our local delegate who is in the room right now. Thanks, Eric. And so what it shows you is basically renewable fuels are, for some, already available today, especially from biosources. And in the mid to long-term future, synthetic fuels will come along towards 2050. So just keep in mind that this is a global view, and so regional value chains might actually be ready sooner, especially here on the French Riviera, thanks to the number of pioneers that we've had on this stage, especially on hydrogen. And also e-methanol should be available before 2030 in the region, thanks to projects currently under development in the Marseille-Fos area and also upwards in the Vallée du Rhône. So the second dimension is fuels, of course. All fuels are chemicals by definition, and they're all made from these four primary elements. There you have them, the usual suspects: methanol, methane, molecular hydrogen, and also ammonia. Keep in mind that these chemicals, they are being extensively used in the chemical industry today. The manufacturing process, though polluting, it's been mastered more than 100 years ago, including electrolysis, actually. And what matters here is really to produce them from renewable and reliable resources, and first of which is low carbon or renewable electricity to drive water electrolysis and make molecular hydrogen. All the energy content of any fuel we're going to talk about today, except maybe nuclear, comes from molecular hydrogen. Then you can use it on its own or combine it with carbon, nitrogen, or oxygen to make other molecules, often referenced as hydrogen vectors. So third dimension is, how do we decipher, do we decide whether one molecule or another is more suitable for maritime application? So we're proposing these four types of criteria. Technology needs to be sufficiently mature across the value chain. Pay attention to the last one, which is the logistics. Of course, it needs to be practical. We need a global and complete framework for use of the chemical, both on board, offshore, but also on deck, on land, in ports, to handle proper logistics. And retrofit here is really a plus because it could allow for a or as a catalyst, basically, to deep decarbonize the fleet that you've seen in the second slide. So the current vessels. Efficiency is, of course, key, especially the energy density. That's the major determinant in mobile applications. And eventually, it needs to be available, of course. It doesn't matter to have a sustainable powertrain or power generator if you can't actually use it. So this graph shows you the energy content of it compares basically the energy content of these molecules from left to right. As the energy content increases, the size of the tank decreases for a given amount of energy. And on the vertical axis, you have the energy content per mass unit. Lithium battery sits at the bottom left corner, which means that it's not yet good enough for to serve the range that's needed for maritime application. hydrogen sits on top at the ceiling, really. And that's where all the excitement has come from in the past coming years. But as volume is more important than mass in ships, then gasoline and diesel, the gray dots on the right, they remain the benchmark. So until today, and methanol or compressed and liquefied methane can do the job, but as liquids are easier to work with, especially to track leakage, than gases, methanol gets a green mark here, and methane a gray one. As for ammonia, as it can be liquefied at somewhat reasonable pressure, then you can, it saves it for now, basically, as a fuel. So let's dive deeper in the pros and cons of every fuel. Methanol has 3 major advantages. Its production process is mature, it's already a global commodity. It is also retrofit friendly, which could really be a plus in this transition phase, and it's suitable for dual fuel engines, which is also to me a major advantage. Of course, as all chemicals, it's not perfect. It's toxic and corrosive, but here we can rely on the extended feedback from its use in the industry in the past century to overcome this. Then you have methane. So the main advantage is very basic. It's molecularly identical to natural gas, so we can use the same globally mature and efficient supply chain to provide methane. Of course, renewable methane is not yet available everywhere, but we still can. We already can get some from biosources, and the major constraint, of course, lies in its gaseous nature, which makes the tanks bigger and complexifies a bit the logistics. Then we have molecular hydrogen. A number of developers and engineers have come to this stage in the past few years. So I won't go into too much detail. So it's just going along the learning curve slowly but steadily. It doesn't lose the momentum. In fact, what really lacks today is that the infrastructure is still emerging. As you see, very few green dots located in ports on this map on the right. And eventually ammonia, again, an old chemical, so to say. Green ammonia production process, they've been claimed, and there is some already available, but the major constraint here is that its combustion produces nitrogen oxide species, which are actually much worse than CO2 for climate. So that slowed down the engine development, and researchers and engineers are tackling this issue right now. So there you have it as a summary. Methanol might be the better bet in the coming decade, though methane and hydrogen, they still have strong arguments in their favor. And let's go to the fourth dimension. Yeah, 90 seconds to go. So on the global and EU levels, I'm exaggerating a bit compared to what you just said, and you're actually more right than me, but I wanted to be a bit enthusiastic. So the IMO and the EU roadmaps are aligned now, targeting 80% decarbonization of the fleet in the next 25 years. On the national level, we have a number of programs under the umbrella France 2030 that can help also push the decarbonization forward. And some people might argue that this might not be sufficient and that we would need some stronger, maybe more cohesive plans at the national and local level to help basically port authorities and the whole sector to move away from fossil fuels that remain and will be in the short-term future still more competitive than low carbon ones. I hope I've helped you see a bit more clearly in this moving landscape of alternative fuels for the maritime sector. I'll finish with a few words about who we are. Cap Energy is a non-profit organization. We are an innovation cluster. We've engaged in the hydrogen sector for since 2016. We supported more than 80 projects that collected about 100 million euros in public subsidies, and we have a pipeline of 400 million euros in plant investments, especially for synthetic fuels factories in the Marseille-Fos area. We also act as the regional delegate for the professional syndicate France Hydrogène through our general director, who is in the room, Anaïk Juet-Jouen. And voilà. Thank you very much for your attention.
Many thanks, Pierre. A very good and detailed breakdown of the various hydrogen opportunities and fuels. And in order to discuss some of the points raised by Pierre and John before, I'd like to welcome on stage Marco Galimberti, who is the CEO of Nat Power H, and Andrea Porini, who is the managing director at Linde. Nat Power, they implement infrastructure solutions, and Linde, they produce and deliver hydrogen. I'm sure many of you will have plenty of questions to them. But first, I'd like to ask both of you, what's your thoughts on what was said just now about infrastructure, especially being obviously one of the bottlenecks that was pointed out, and also about the various options when it comes to using hydrogen molecule. So whoever wants to start.
It's working, yeah. Thanks to all. Thanks to be here, invited also this year. Yesterday was really nice to see all these guys that are trying to find a solution for innovative, revolutionary propulsion. About your question, it's not an easy question, because about the infrastructure is a good point. The company, Nat Power, invest since 3 years ago in believing to start to build a network of infrastructure. It's our 3 years that we are with Linde in partnership to try to boost this opportunity. Of course, the problem we know, or we just talk, and in every content we saw that the timeline is moving a bit. We believe that it's the right moment to be ready. A part that make us a bit in thinking, maybe too much, is that no one is really boosting the opportunity and the building of boat of that kind of taker. And we are trying also in the last 6 months to discuss about passengers boat. We talk with many different authorities. Now we are moving a bit, and I think maybe we are targetized faster with the port authority. I'm talking about Italy. Italy have a good, big investment in shore power. So it's not hydrogen, of course, but inside of the infrastructuration of the electrification of the port, of the berth, of the commercial berth, many of port authorities start to think to ask us, can you also talk with us about hydrogen opportunity? So we are moving in all 16 port authorities in Italy to also propose opportunity to have the hydrogen. And the feeling is positive. The feeling is like that, yes, we try. The question is always, if I have enough hydrogen, where I can find hydrogen, which color of the hydrogen, you know, this is the so. But now we are ready for marinas. Marina is one part that is ready for us. The second part is port authority. And this is something that we believe that maybe with the support of authority found European, with now the last call that there is in Europe, is a good place to start.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, Andrea, your reaction, and then I already have some questions for Marco.
No, thank you. No, about the first two presentations, I believe a lot have been said. Of course, different, very different, and very good introduction. The first one with the vision, the second one with a lot of, I would say, technical details that we fully share, both. What I want to bring for the benefit of the audience is the third point of view, that is the point of view of the industry. Okay, I represent Linde. Linde is a recognized global leader in hydrogen. We sit on a know-how, a secular know-how, and on an existing more than $2 billion a year business. So we rate ourselves as the hydrogen expert. Allow me, before starting, a first disclaimer. So I'm not a prophet. I'm not here to foresee the future. It's not my job. I'm an engineer, and I'm committed to make things work. This is what we are trying to do. And what I can offer is a window of what is happening in the hydrogen industry. So there is a consensus about the energy mix of the future, and this will be heavily driven by electrons. This is a fact. The transition we are in is the transition from molecules to electron. This is what we see. And what we, I believe, agree with. And maybe then Marco can further elaborate on that regarding the activity of nat power. But this does not mean that molecule will be out of the arena. Biofuels and e-fuels, and among those hydrogen will play a relevant role. Don't want to bore you, but allow me another comment. Hydrogen, from our point of view, and again, we are the main hydrogen fund, suffered a little bit of its amazing marketing appeal in the last years. You know, hydrogen is, a molecule that combined with oxygen produce energy and water is the dream of any marketing professional, right? And then we suffered, I say we suffered, this over-attention on hydrogen, and some years ago we were overloaded by these messages. We will have in few years hydrogen everywhere. This is not the case. This is not happening. This will not happen. Okay, but hydrogen remains an amazing energy vector, but requires selectivity. What is Linde doing in the hydrogen arena? Linde is first working on the readiness. We are ready to make hydrogen available where, when, and how needed. Maybe then we have a slide that show the value chain of hydrogen, and you can see that this slide is very crowded, because being an expert in hydrogen does not mean only to be, I would say, yeah.
Is that the one?
Yes, does not just mean to know how to make an electrolyzer work, and this is a topic, by the way, nowadays. Anyway, it's a
bit scaring.
It means a lot of things, and that's why it's important for us that qualify ourselves as the, I would say, enabler. We say that Linde is the enabler for the hydrogen transition, but we do not own the full supply chain, because upstream and downstream we need support, and this is why we are partnering with Nat Power, that is covering the step of the value chain that we are not covering. We can spend a day to share the references on Linde in the hydrogen arena. I would just mention one. Okay, Linde supplies the first hydrogen-fueled ferry in Norway. Okay, liquid hydrogen, and Linde did not provide only the molecule, but provide the production, the cryogenic storing, the bunkering, the refilling system, and this is why we are, among the many applications, we are focusing our attention on two applications area. First is space, mainly from US, and the second is maritime. That's why we are pleased to be here and confident to bring our contribution to the future of hydrogen in the maritime sector.
Thank you. If I try and summarize what both of you said, it seems that when it comes to ports and the maritime world, the priority for the ports and marinas is electrification first, right?
Yes.
So this is where the investment is being made, is electrification. to try and avoid using gensets and basically looking at electrification with an interest in hydrogen coming, but coming afterwards. So it's like first, is this why things are being delayed?
The first step is electrification, because the ports start to understand that they are an energy hub. So they have to be ready to many different energy, fuel, ammonia, hydrogen. So this is the first part that I think is really important, because they switch. They start to believe in different way, not only maritime business, so berth, mooring, and move their goods, but they start to believe that they are a little city with an ecosystem really complicated, with a lot of different clients, and they have to be ready to have the tag, maybe a tag need electrician, maybe a new tag that they are doing in North Europe need hydrogen. So they are open mind, they start to have the energy manager. Before there is not. The only point for Port Authority was don't spend so much money for electricity. No other way.
And so this means that the approach or the understanding from the investment side or the infrastructure is about basically hybrid systems, in the sense that you can have electrification, you can have dual fuel, you can have bunkering for. Is this what you see as the way forward to try and move things a bit faster than it's been the case?
We are in Nat Power Marine, are investing in Italian ports, Spain's ports, UK, in many parts of the world. We are proposing also for investment with a long concession, so does that mean this can help us to pay back our investment. And inside of that offer, we put electrification of the berth, we talk about hydrogen, we discuss also about EV charger, we try to be really near. This is something that we can do if we have a long time concession, that is a time to pay back the investment. If not starting in 1 year, we'll start in 5 years, but this can help you.
Which brings a political question to me, is that obviously the timeline is a long one. You need to have that investment understood as a long-term investment. And so when you deal with, obviously, authorities, port authorities and cities, and where you need to have these solutions implemented, going beyond the dangers or the fact that people may still not trust hydrogen, isn't that one of the main difficulties, is to make it happen given the long timeline you need, but the short time span that people actually will pay attention to these needs, politically speaking?
Allora, European Commission choose to write Fuel EU circular. So that is something that where there is right a timeline, real timeline for electrification. Doesn't mean in 2030, so it's here, with a really high penalty. So the European Commission decide really to move fast. So all the Port Authority have to run back. I agree with you that the Port Authority normally is a politician authority. So they want everything, every opportunity really fast. But we try to do I am not so scared about this.
But you need time to make it happen.
Yeah.
At least they're listening.
It's a long revolution.
Okay. On Linde's side, what do you see as being the key driver in terms of investment, or the difficulty in getting that investment to make things happen faster?
Yeah, okay. Yes, thanks for the question. I can offer an overview of where Linde is in terms of pipeline of a clean energy project. But first of all, again, let's align on the drivers. Any investment requires a business case. And any business case starts from the securing of the off-taking. That's why I heard, okay, it's a matter of chicken and egg, but according to our model, we are not available to support any business case where the offtake is not secured. This means that we need to start from the demand, okay? Nowadays, Linde globally is working on more than 100 clean energy related projects that sum up something around more than 20 billions of capex, weighted capex, with the probability we are in the area of 4-5 billions. It means that a lot of things are happening. Where and where in terms of geographies and where in terms of technology. We see that EMEA is playing a relevant role with the cool down of US. 50% of our investments or theoretical investments, future investments are focused on EMEA, and this is a good. And in terms of color, around 50% of the projects in terms of value refers to carbon capture. That means blue hydrogen. Because then we enter into the long discussion around the production cost. And actual production cost and projected production cost. According to our internal intelligence, we see that blue hydrogen is already, I would say, close to gray, and green is still far away. And when we project this 2035, we still see that the gap and the margin to increase the competitiveness of green hydrogen is relatively small. That's why we are looking carefully at the investment, focusing on EMEA as geography, supported by the EU, what survives of the EU Green Deal, and the carbon capture, that means blue hydrogen. Anyway, for Linde represents still a great business opportunity.
So it's not only infrastructure and bunkering, I mean, when you come to the maritime sector, but generally speaking, is also about the production costs and the fact that the expectations we had a few years ago, and if you remember, or if you came here for what was then the hydrogen conference rather than alternative fuels, we were making projections at reducing the cost of production of green hydrogen down to like 5 or 7 euros a kilo. And we can see that it's not happening, it's not there. So that's also one of the big bottlenecks.
Yeah, but it's good that you mean, okay, infrastructure. Also infrastructure is showing still, or is putting on our desks some challenges. And in the infrastructure, I include the full supply chain, because what we recognize when we look at the production cost for blue and green, we recognize that hydrogen is suffering the same topic, if not issue, of the hydrocarbons. So it means that the production is far away from the point of use. And then the most promising geographies for hydrogen, blue and green, are mostly the Middle East, or now even China. That's why this generates some supply issue, chain topics. That means we are carefully looking at the hydrogen carriers, and ammonia is the preferred, green ammonia, and there are some technological barriers, because you need to know that nowadays the backcracking technology at industrial scale is not yet available. Linde is heavily working on that, but not yet available, and this is something that requires further technological development.
Okay, thank you. Before we leave questions for the audience, one last for me. One of the points in the program was basically infrastructure, investment, and impact. When it comes to impact, the one thing I think about is the perception or the acceptance of the evolution towards these new solutions implying hydrogen. What is your gut feeling about how things have moved in the past few years when it comes to whether we're talking about the authorities or the public or the professionals seeing that it actually works, seeing that there are boats that are running on hydrogen? Is that something that's, in terms of the impact, has become more positive than negative?
Good question. I can see that the professional, they start to understand the impact that this is positive. The public, in my opinion, is a lot, like you said before, a lot of marketing, make everything too easy. And when the thing you show that it's easy, and after you understand that it's not easy, it's like that you have a big delusion in yourself. So I think that be real and say to the people that hydrogen can be a future, can be a good opportunity, can be a good alternative. You have to be clear, like Linde show on the back, that is not easy. You can do that. And the people can have a right impact. The point is, don't lie too much.
Thank you. Questions from the audience? We've got a couple of minutes, so I'm sure you have some practical, technical, or political questions to our panelists. No questions? That's surprising.
Good morning, everybody. You were mentioning projects of installing H2 application in Italian marinas. Regarding the local regulations, do you find differences among the various marinas, or there is an uniformous law that can drive you through this initiative with consistency? Thank you very much.
When we start to build the network, to talk with the marinas, to understand if there is interest, if there is area, we start also all the authorization ITER, that in Italy is really important part of your business. In this moment, 1 year ago, if you ask me the same question, I can say to you that we are really far from something fast and real and can help you regulatory. Now, many authorities are thinking, are involved, right in this document. There is a strong association in Italy now is working to help this happening. Of course, it's a point, and it's a point because many different authorities have to say yes. And the distance between your installation and the people or the other installation is not easy because the marina is not built with this idea. The right thing is start to build the new marinas that will be all the time with the new marina with that idea, because it's not possible change. The marina in Italy are never enough, like in France. It's not enough. So if I bring some space for and take out the place for the boat, of course marina is losing money. So you have to find a solution to have, when you think about the marina, think also about the space. Now, it's not easy.
But at least the new marinas, they are considering installing infrastructure for bunkering, whether it's methanol, hydrogen, or, I mean, the Antibes case for breakthrough is one example, but it's like the one example. But the other new marinas that are developing around the world, they are considering, or is not even on their radar yet?
Not on the radar yet.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, maybe I can add, not sure if yours was a rhetorical question or a real question, but, you know, because I can share some experience with other consolidated activities, and Italy is the country of the, I would say, free interpretation, I don't know. And then also for consolidated activities, I mean, for example, I can tell you about oxygen. What is about oxygen here, right? And there is a law that is coming from the Regio Decreto, from the king, right? So this is not new. And then any place you go, you find, I would say, different setup. Can we overcome that? Yes. But it requires competence, references, time, and it's a job. And it's part of what we just shared, try to transfer, can be manageable, but it's not easy. It's not something that happens overnight.
Thank you. Any other question? No question? Great. Which means that we remain on time. Many thanks, gentlemen, for your contribution. Well done. Please take just one moment for the official picture. So the two in front of the stage. Yep. It's more than the red carpet in Cannes. Huh? You've got too many cameras. You don't even know where to look. Thank you, gentlemen. So before the coffee break, which will be in about 40 minutes, we have one keynote introduction and one panel session. And we're going to completely shift energies because we're going to be talking about nuclear. So in order to talk about the potential of nuclear energy on board yachts, first I would like to have Jean-Michel Ruggieri, who's the director of the Irene Institute at the CEA, Commissariat aux énergies alternatives, no more atomic, to join me on stage, and he's going to make a short keynote about nuclear power. Please welcome Jean-Michel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for invitation. The place is very beautiful, and it's amazing to speak about nuclear here. So, first, before getting in the presentation, I won't speak about the challenge, innovation, and contribution of nuclear for the energy transition, but I will try to explain what we are doing in that field, how we can apply it for maritime activities. Let's say in France, we have decarbonized the electricity production. This is what we have made, okay? It's already done. It's the easiest part to do, because the rest of the world, main of the country, would like to have a completely production of decarbonized electricity. So they have first to do that. But in France now, the new challenge that we face is that we have to decarbonize the rest of the use of energy. It's industry, so heat for industry, heat for district heating, cooling of the room here, the transportation, the cars, and also the ship. So that's why now we have to face that, and it's the new challenge that we are facing at CEA, and we try to propose new reactor to do that. And the name of the reactor is small modular reactor. Many of the people have heard that. It's not steam methane reforming. It's small modular reactor, and it's what we are doing at CEA. Is to try to understand how we can use the heat of the nuclear to provide other vector than electricity, and with electricity also. So that's why we are looking for maritime application. There is 3 configurations that we can look at. The easiest one is onshore, because it's a reactor on the ground, so it's that we know how to do that. There is offshore configuration and onboard configuration. These 3 configurations has one main goal, is to decarbonize or defossilize, because if you go to provide new molecules, you will capture CO2, put together CO2 with hydrogen, and then you have defossilized your production of new fuel. So this 3 configuration, it's interesting because they have not the same challenge. The first one is the challenge of SMR, all the SMR that we have to look at. It's to use the SMR for other application than electricity. So new application, production of e-fuel, production of heat for other application, and especially we have looked at ports area, especially in Fos and also in Le Havre in France, to look at what is the use case and what is the energy demand in the neighborhood of the ports, together with producing new fuel. And the main challenge is integration in the ecosystem. So look at the use case. Always you look at what is the use that you will have for the energy, coupling with non-electric application, as I said. And then you go to what is the business model, because at the end you cannot put something that is too expensive. It's simplest way for regulatory, because main of the challenge for nuclear is regulatory issues. It's easy because regulatory with national regulatory. So if you go in France, you will have autorité ASNR, so Autorité de sûreté nucléaire et radioprotection. And if you go somewhere else, it's another regulatory body. That's it. So if you go onshore it's almost the same challenge. Then offshore is almost the same challenge of onshore. It's to look at the use case, what you want to provide with the nuclear energy, but you have to look also at the operation. How do you operate something that is in the middle of the sea? And the nuclearization of this floating barge, so how you put nuclear on a barge. It has already been done by the Russian, because there is a barge that is operated in the north of Siberia somewhere, and they put reactor on the barge to provide electricity. For the same thing, the main interesting thing of to put this barge in the middle of the sea, because you have a lot of water, and you know that for reactor you need water to cool the reactor. So there is a big infinite heat sink. So that's interesting, because if not, you have to put it on the ground and to find water somewhere. Regulatory context has to be evolved, because it's in territorial water. So let's say it's always in the country, but you have to make something to address that, because it's in the maritime area. But okay, it's not obviously the biggest challenge. And the last one, this is the biggest challenge, is to have the reactor on board. So it's not a technical challenge, because it's quite easy. It's not that easy to do, because you have to make very small reactor to put that in the boat to protect the people from the radioactivity, etc. So it's not that easy, but it's feasible, because there is a lot of boats for military application that use this type of nuclear civil propulsion. Let's say the main problem is the price of the reactor, because okay, you have a reactor for 40 or 50 years, so you need to have a business model of your carrier, of your contained carrier that will stay for 50 or 60 years with a reactor inside, because it's very expensive, the reactor. So you have to have a business model that take that into account. But at the time after that, your boat, you put the fuel in the boat, and then you can go for 1 year, 2 years around the world without fueling. That's interesting. But this is interesting, and many of the people that who want to provide that, there is startup who say we can do that. They say, okay, there is already icebreaker in Russia. But the icebreaker in Russia are always in territorial water, never in international water. And they are protected by the Russian army. So if you want that your Russian army protects your boat everywhere, it's an issue. And there is a lot of discussion to have on the regulatory assess who will be the regulator of the boat, of the reactor. The regulator of the country where the boat has been built, where the fuel is put in the reactor, where the boat is when it's in the port. That's an issue. So you have many regulators, and when you know what is the problem of regulator, to have the same regulatory process, or licensing process for one SMR that you put on the ground, I think that it's an issue that will be very difficult to address. But okay, so the main issue of that is regulatory context to be created at international water zones. That's an issue. And just to say at the end, as conclusion, all the multilateral organizations propose initiative to support that. IAEA proposed an initiative to support that. It's Atlas initiative that has been launched to say, okay, we are looking what is, I don't remember exactly, but the meaning of Atlas is atomic technologic licensed for application at sea. Okay, but they have done the same thing for SMR application. A small modular reactor, they have launched an initiative to harmonize the licensing in the world with all the safety authority of the world. It has been launched 4 years ago, and there is almost no issue of that on the ground. So for the sea, I don't know if they will address these things. There is also an initiative of IMO, as you say, IMO, and they have launched an initiative to have amendment on the SOLAS. And they say, okay, we will try to put nuclear application to look how we can deal on that. And there is main of the things is to look at the security of the boats in the international water. And there is also initiative in Europe to look at that. In Horizon Europe, there is an initiative to propose the decarbonization of the maritime transport. And there is also Euratom call on SMR, and SMR that are looking for producing new fuel, so new fuel also for maritime application. That's what I would like to show you, what is done now on this, let's say, nuclear development, new nuclear development that can be addressed. And I think, on my point of view, as let's say, old nuclear scientist, I think that nuclear can be used to provide power to have let's say, I don't know, there is so many color for hydrogen. I never know to say the color of hydrogen that can say, okay, we can make capture of CO2. We can provide hydrogen with nuclear power, electricity from nuclear power, and then recombine it, and then you have fuel that is as green as possible, let's say. So, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jean-Michel. Well done. Brilliant explanation and presentation, and a very good introduction. No, there's no questions with the keynote, but very good introduction to our panel coming on stage now. I don't know if I can. Yes, great. So in order to carry on the discussion on nuclear energy on board yachts, I'm calling on stage a few specialists of the matter to discuss the practical possibility given the extent of what Jean-Michel just explained. So please welcome Akash Dua, who's the Business Development Director West Europe at DNV, Engelian Debord, who's the Yacht Segment Director at Lloyd's Register. Obviously, classification societies have things to say when it comes to the opportunity of nuclear on board. Jean-Michel is joining us back on stage. And then Derek Munro, who's the director at Yacht Consultancy Limited, and very much involved into the implementation of alternative solutions, alternative propulsion solutions. Welcome to the four of you. Welcome back, Jean-Michel. Obviously, my first question will be to the three other panelists and their initial reaction, thoughts about what Jean-Michel explained. Who wants to start?
Derek, you want to go first? You're eager. I can see it. I can see it in your eyes.
Yeah. Okay. So firstly, we are focused on a micro nuclear reactor, an MMR, not an SMR. We've been working on it for 5 years, and the package for a micro reactor is totally contrary to everything you've just heard in the last 10 minutes, pretty much. I'm sorry to say it. But we don't use pressurized water systems. We're not expensive. We're single-digit millions. We're very, very small. It's 2.8 meters in diameter by less than 3 meters long. The whole unit will fit in a 20-foot container. Last anywhere between 8 and 25 years, depending on how you use it. We've been working on this since 2021. Lloyd's joined us in 2022. And we believe that we will be able to put these into yachts as small as 45 meters and upwards. So at the moment, we have concepts with clients at 60 meters. In fact, we have an approval in principle with two vessels that will start building in the next couple of years. And we're designing 3 different vessels for clients at the moment from 80 up to 118 meters. So unfortunately, I don't think what you're talking about is quite right. I do believe public perception is the biggest concern we have at the moment. Regulation obviously is moving along, but slowly, and that will take time, but it is in process. It is happening. Everyone is talking to each other, NEMO, IAEA, the IMO are involved, all the departments of nuclear in each country, America, the UK, and in Europe are involved. The Netherlands have just accepted nuclear. So I think the process is going to be a lot faster than you might imagine, and we will see boats with nuclear by 2030.
Very, very optimistic and positive. Reaction on the classification society side then?
Well, as Derek eloquently explained, since 2022, but even prior to that, Lloyds has been involved with the development of nuclear power for the maritime industry, not just for the yacht segment, although I do believe it will be one of the first ships to ply the seas with nuclear power, starting from 2030, 2031. I think that's a viable option, particularly from a technical perspective. Undoubtedly, like you rightfully said in your earlier presentation, there are a number of challenges, but the challenges are definitely not technical. The challenges tend to be more societal and to a certain extent economical, because you will have the first ones of a kind will be potentially a bit more expensive than the mass-produced ones, which is the intention of these smaller nuclear reactors. We have done economical studies with a number of major ship operators which have demonstrated that is definitely a viable option. So as a consequence of the fact that the demonstration is there that it is economically viable, the demonstration is there that it's technically viable, really the only biggest obstacle at the moment really is societal. So that's political and the acceptance of society. I mean, I stood here 3 years ago when I first started to introduce nuclear, and the reaction was different to what I see now in the audience. The reaction was arms crossed, legs crossed, what is this chap talking about? Nowadays, we have a number of yacht projects actually being developed with the intention of being launched in 2031 with small micro reactors. So the acceleration through which we have gone is remarkable. And then within Lloyds, I mean, you mentioned Atlas, and of course there's NEMO, and there's a number of other initiatives. We hosted the first 2 Atlas meetings in our London office last year, and of course we're very much involved at the IMO. In fact, in the audience we have our nuclear experts, so if you have any typical, very difficult nuclear questions, I'm sure he'll be able to answer it.
Thank you. Akash?
I think this is going to be a very interesting panel because I have absolutely conflicting reviews here. And I sort of side John Michael, and one starting point why we believe there is development happening, and there will be very sped development when it comes to usage of nuclear on ships, but commercial ships and bigger ones. Space restraints is one of them, but one of the major restraints we are facing is the marinization of fuel. I mean, right now, Russia is the biggest enriched, whichever fuel you want to take, you can have different kinds of fuel when you use for it. Russia is having one of the biggest controls and supplies, and we know how it's working for us at this moment. You've all paid heavy bills in the last few years of electricity at home, so you know how this is working out. Unless that bit is solved and there are more countries which can provide fuel, the entire chat about putting it on board sort of stalls out. Then also, solving the bit about utilized fuel and what happens after cycle, there's a lot of questions there. Who will accept it? The NIMBY kind of a feeling, which is not in my backyard, still is prevalent because everybody thinks this is radioactive, I can't have it here. So there's a lot of logistic issues we are facing at this moment which needs to get solved. So realistically speaking, what we believe at DNV, and this is a published paper last year, we believe by 2035 you could have a first viable vessel, but probably not a yacht. It will be a commercial big ship trading worldwide.
Thank you. Raises lots of questions in my mind, and I'm sure in the audience's mind as well. The first one is, let's talk yachting, right? We know it's very expensive. Availability of the fuel is obviously a difficulty, and regulations getting into ports, international waters, all this makes it complicated. But technically, in principle, since you explained, Jean-Michel, that you can go around the world for a few years once you got your fuel inside, without having to refuel, obviously, you actually don't need to go anywhere, apart from going back to your home port, if you'd like. So do you see that as something that can be technically done, and maybe Derek, this is the kind of project you're working on? And you mentioned 45 meter and above. So can you see that if there's no financial constraint in a way, and billionaires don't necessarily have financial constraints on that front, that could be done on a private yacht, where in a way it's easier to deal with than a big commercial ship?
Yeah, so like I said, we're talking to 3 clients who are looking at delivering boats in 2030, 2031. And our unit is $9 million US. It's not tens of millions, it's 9 million. So when you install that and you combine it, and we're looking at combining them with graphene batteries moving forward, which is a totally separate topic, we think that your recovery of your investment is somewhere around 4 years from a new build, right? And that's because when you do a new build, you no longer need fuel tanks, you no longer need exhaust systems, you no longer need separators, you no longer need exhaust scrubbers, you don't need massive ventilation trunks going through the middle of the boat up to the mast because it doesn't need ventilation. So you're saving a huge amount of money just on the construction. And then you have the maintenance of the whatever engines you decide to put in. You're going to get rid of 2 engines, 3 generators, and an emergency generator because you don't need them with the nuclear combination with batteries. And so with the maintenance and the fuel that you would have used running your boat around the Med, going to the Caribbean and back in 3 to 4 years, you're getting your money back. And then on top of that, you have another, depending on how you run your vessel, you have another 5 to 15 years of not having to go to fill up your boat. And so we've looked at it a lot, and we're compiling a report of all the ports you can go to, because there's a lot of ports where you still already can take nuclear ships. So, you know, our clients are very aware of the restrictions of ports at the moment. America has just stated that any American port will accept nuclear. So San Juan, you know, the US Virgin Islands, you'll be able to go to. So once you start doing that, then everything opens up. And actually, our biggest market is not yachting. Our biggest market is the small Caribbean islands and Pacific islands who rely on diesel, who spend 8% of their GDP on fuel and running their generators. We can cut that down to 3 to 3.5% on the islands that we've been looking at this stage. And we can make them water. And we can create heat and air conditioning and all sorts of other benefits from the thermal output of the unit, because the electrical output is one part, the thermal output is another part. And so you know, and that's the same on yachts. You put one of these in, you can use it for air conditioning, heating, water, 70,000 litres a day from one unit. You can use it for humanitarian vessels, which is what we're looking at the moment with clients. And then you have these vessels that have massive big tenders on board, so our client's fully aware that they might have to anchor out there, and they'll come ashore in their 50-foot sport fisher until you all open up. But we could run this port in 4 years on a 20-foot container so your cruise ships don't pollute the harbour. Just for...
When I listen to you being so positive and optimistic about how it develops, I think actually it means that there could be, in fact, nuclear-powered yachts prior to commercial shipping. And in fact, it's easier when you think about going from port to port, when we talk about hydrogen, bunkering, methanol, difficulties in logistics. The reality is that on the nuclear side, in fact, it's sorted, right? This is your impression.
Because
Jean-Michel doesn't seem to be completely in agreement.
No, all what he says is perfect. So there is no issue. If there is, okay, the ship come in the ports where you have the refueling, there is no problem. There is only one. You need only one. When everything goes well, if there is one issue, one hazard because it's what the regulatory asks to you. If there is an issue, if there is a problem, if you have a problem on your reactor somewhere in the world, what do you do? That's issue that have to be taken, and I'm sure that you have answered that. Yeah, it's for sure. And for all the boats, we can make reactor, because we as TA, we take one user and say, what is your need? You want that? Okay, in a small place. We can arrange all type of reactor to fit with the needs. If you have enough money, we can do everything you want. Really. And because you just take one fuel, another fuel, one technology, small for MMR, for SMR, there is every type of technology that we can use with respect to the need that you want to address. Okay. And then at the end, come the discussion with all the authority. And they just ask you, you have to make the demonstration. that's an issue. And you can take all you want. At the end, you have to make the demonstration. And many of the time, the demonstration will take longer than to only build or design the reactor. That's what I say. I do not say it's not feasible. That's not an issue. I'm sure it's feasible because we have done so many things in the United States. All the reactors has been done. There is micro reactor for application for military application, etc. There's a lot of things that has been done. Even in France, even in space, we have made so many. We can make battery with nuclear to put in a rover in Mars. So we can do everything.
Yeah, and we've had nuclear submarines and nuclear ships, and
there is everywhere.
You've got the Charles de Gaulle coming to Toulon, and then it's nuclear propulsion, and nobody really cares about it.
Yeah, there are 700 vessels on or under the water already running on nuclear, and there's only 400 nuclear plants on land, roughly. So the nuclear at sea has been around for a long, long time, and with very, very few incidents. And not only that, their systems compared to ours are far more dangerous. We run at low temperature, low pressure, and use low enriched uranium, 5% maximum. That's it.
But still, there's management of risk, right?
Yeah, always.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's sort of what has been discussed so far emphasizes what I said earlier, whereby the biggest challenge comes from a regulatory aspect and the acceptance from the politicians and society. And that's where we're spending a lot of our energy and a lot of our effort in order to make sure that these aspects are better explained and better understood, and that the appropriate regulations are in place with a mix of what are the requirements within IMO, Chapter 8, and within the International Atomic Energy Authority requirements, which are based usually on pressurized water reactors, land-based requirements, and the two obviously don't mix very well. So that is something which we're in the process of adapting. I just want to demystify a couple of things. Low enriched uranium, up to 4 or 5%, is readily available. If you order it now, you can have it in 6 weeks' time. So depending on the type of technology and depending on the type of fuel you want to use, the actually supply chain is already there. Some of the microreactors being developed, or some of the modular reactors being developed, use a different type of fuel, nuclear fuel, and the lead times for the delivery there are indeed, a lot longer. So the whole idea is that the supply chain is already there. And one of the other comments we talked about was port authorities. Fortunately, there are a number of forward-looking, engaging ports and marinas globally, not just in the commercial world, but also in the yachting world, who have already either developed their regulations for accepting these type of vessels into their ports, or are in the process of developing them. Last but not least, talking about who will be the first, because that's usually the question: who will be the first? Will it be commercial? Will it be yachts? Will it be offshore, like you rightfully mentioned, not with the huge power plants which you've indicated on the picture, but with smaller ones. Most likely it will be barges. And why barges? Because the barges will be used as a platform to install these modular units in order to power, like what Derek said, countries, but also to power data centers. More than 1,000 of these microreactors have already been ordered. They have already been ordered to power data centers. So it's not as if it's not going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to happen, and it will be a game changer. The question is, how long will it take before this will be fully implemented in the maritime world? And it is part of the solution. Yes, you will probably have, to a certain extent, hydrogen, although I was personally involved with breakthroughs. It cost me 5 years or 6 years of my life. And that's been quite a challenge. Methanol, of course, is an interesting prospect, yet it requires quite a lot of volume again on board of ships. I think nuclear does have its merit, particularly for yachts, I would say 60 meters upwards, so it will definitely happen.
So if I try to summarize, basically you're saying that from a classification perspective, it's even easier to consider the management of risk, and the logistics, I would say, behind that management of risk when it comes to nuclear than it can be with other solutions, like, for example, methanol is complicated because it's corrosive, blah, blah, blah. Hydrogen is complicated because it can be explosive, it's flammable, blah, blah, blah. Is that the train of thoughts on the classification side at the moment, or?
I think we need to step back a moment and look at again. Ammonia. Anybody has an ammonia ship here? Ammonia? Seafarers trained for ammonia? Nuclear. You need nuclear scientists on board. I mean, you're not talking about crew here. You will need nuclear scientists on board. The 700 vessels you're talking about, average defense vessel has 3 nuclear scientists on board. 150 operated vessels, which are all sea craft carriers, as they call them, they have average 2 to 3 scientists on board. And I think that is what keeps safe. And Jean-Michel, your job will go a long way if this comes to truth. So congratulations there. I think we need to administer one fact. We are dealing with the fuel mix here. Nuclear is one part of the solution. Yes, agreed. There is a lot better at this moment with nuclear that we can do, including, let's say, developing e-fuels as an example. I'm not going to go that way because that will totally digress from the topic. Having said that, one of the most important things we can do today is look at the developments happening on the micro-reactors, which was mentioned, Kairos, Terra. You have Google backing, Amazon backing for data centers. And that development will catapult the development of the marinization for sure. But we believe, and this is also, you can read a publication from Allseas as well, which matches with exactly our publication. This is a Dutch company, which is a shipping company. They published a paper last November, which exactly and almost is very parallel in line. We believe for smaller ships, feeder ships, smaller sizes, including yachts, the fast solution is actually having cleaner, greener fuel. Because the complexity of space restraint, having more people on board, having more experts on board counts. For bigger vessels, however, nuclear can be a very good solution. But then you have a lot of players now. You've got IMO. We know how IMO works. I mean, we are still sitting on the development on net zero framework and what comes with it, CII and what comes with it. So there is a backlog. We need either 5 IMOs to work on nuclear at the same time, or we'll have to wait. And that's why, holistically speaking, this will take time. It's not the technology, it's actually the regulatory framework. Once IMO comes up with something, then the governments need to start talking. EU will get involved. Currently, EU, the superpower within the EU who has a lot of nuclear power is actually France, and congratulations for it. There is no country in the EU which can do as much as France can do today. And this knowledge also needs to be shared with other parts of the country. So we are having a developing mechanism here, but it's not developing fast enough to put this on board, make it safe, and for people, billionaires, to say, I will sail on this very quickly. But I would love to see this in 2030. I'm looking forward to that.
I bounce back on what you said, and I wanted to talk about people. Okay, we did talk about the social acceptance, and how, in fact, when it comes with military ships, it's known and people don't really bother about it because, as you said, it's handled by the military and you've got the experts on board. My question is, indeed, if we were to think about the yacht, the big yacht that can go around the world for 2 years, in terms of crew competencies, obviously acceptance, whether they would have to sign a form saying, I agree to be on a nuclear-powered yacht, but also when it comes to competencies, expertise, I mean, the fact of having to deal with that kind of fuel and the risks associated with it, is that something that is possible, feasible, or is way beyond what we can expect in terms of the timeline? I say that because when I think about alternative fuels, and when it comes to having to handle just simple things like batteries, hybrid systems on board yachts, the training of crew, not even mentioning hydrogen on board, is something that is a long part of the process, and not everyone is an engineer, and not everyone is actually willing to do anything than putting in gasoline into the tank. So on the nuclear side, where do we stand?
I can just give you an example. We are now building a new reactor at Cadre Center, GHR reactor, and we are now looking. It was 5 years ago. 5 years ago, we have begun to train the people to be operator of the reactor that will be operated at the horizon 2032. So this is almost the time that we need to train the people to have this new reactor and to be able to operate the reactor. And one of the issues, even for micro reactor on Earth, even for SMR, the issue that is also asked by the regulator is who is the owner of the reactor? Who is operating the reactor? And this is the people who are operate the reactor that are asked to make the demonstration that can operate the reactor safely. That's something, and there is some of the provider or the vendors of SMR that say, okay, we will be operating all the reactor in the world, okay, and the safety authority just say, okay, you will have to make the demonstration. That's an issue. Another thing is we speak about a lot of on safety, but there is also security of the reactor. And there is another authority in France, it's HFDS, Haut Fonctionnaire à la défense du territoire français. Let's look at how do you make you prove the security of the reactor? How do you prove that there is no possibility of people who will aggress the reactor to put a bomb inside? How do you do that? And it's an issue that you will have to face for all the reactor, even small reactor. And it's feasible, but you have to prove that. It's a lot of issues that have to be addressed. And there is an issue, an initiative in IEA. The name is Triple S: Safety, Security, and Safeguard. How do you assure safeguard of your nuclear fuel? That nobody can take the fuel to make something else with. There is three issues, and many of these issues are addressing things that are opposite sometimes. You want to make safely things, you will have problem with security or with safeguards. And it's really an issue that costs a lot of money, a lot of time. And it's feasible because we address that for big reactor and for SMR, but it's an issue.
Yeah, so technically there's no issue, but practically there's plenty of issues. Derek, Engel?
Yeah, I'm looking at Derek or me because we're both shaking our heads, frankly speaking, in what we're hearing. Yes, we do not deny that there are still challenges within the application of nuclear energy on board of yachts and on board of ships, generically speaking. Again, to demystify some of the concepts, the idea with these small microreactors, and having spoken to a number of flag states with whom we are in constant collaboration with, and speaking to some of the national authorities through my good friend in the back of the audience, Jess Sims, who's an ex-submarine nuclear engineer, so participating in a lot of the work we do with the national and international atomic energy authorities, and as well speaking to the underwriters, because let's not forget, we also need to discuss the insurance companies. Only yesterday,
that was my next question.
Jess was in a meeting with the underwriters. We have another follow-up meeting in September. All these parties have indicated that because of the intrinsically safe and passively safe mechanisms with these microreactors, there will be no need, and this is to demystify, there will be no need for there to be a nuclear engineer on board. That is what
Correct.
The flag states and the authorities are telling, and the underwriters are telling us at this moment. Yes, there will be a need to appropriately train some of the engineers on board, but more dealing with the converting the heat it generates into electricity, i.e. having expertise with CO2 critical generators or steam turbines. That's where you probably need some more expertise. Safeguarding security. Absolutely, these are issues which need to be addressed, and we're currently addressing them through the projects which we are developing together with the flag states, the underwriters, and the likes of Derek Moreau and others. It's a matter which can be addressed. Again, to demystify, wanting to steal 4% enriched uranium from a yacht in order to make a nuclear bomb is a bit strange, really. You might just as well climb up a mountain and start collecting the uranium yourself. So I think we need to dispel some of these issues, and this is again why it is so important to have these discussions and to discuss these. I don't know whether you want to add anything to that, Derek.
I just think it's really important that we have to differentiate between what the microreactor is, how it's operating. The methodology we're using is very low pressure system, no high temperature. And there are passive switch-offs. If anything gets up to 800 degrees, they shut down within 200 seconds automatically. So the new generation of microreactors is very different to anything that has ever been put on land. So the Chernobyl, the 3 Mile Island, and the Fukushima incidents are not possible to happen on these microreactors. They just can't, because there isn't enough. You won't get a hydrogen buildup because we don't use water, we use helium. So that doesn't exist. You won't get high temperature because we operate at 600, so at 800 we shut down. At 1300, that's when the metal starts melting and everything. That's why you have a meltdown, so we don't even get to that. So the reactors that are being built today are very, very different to what people have in the back of their minds going, well, look what happened there and look what happened here. The technology is very, very different. And that's why we were very excited. 10 days ago, we went critical at the INL. So we're operating. A few days ago, we had 145 billion of investment for the next 25, 30 years. So if you're talking about money and people thinking ahead and companies doing stuff, it's happening, and it will happen very, very fast because the money is there and people want clean energy.
Thanks. Akash, you wanted to?
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. I think before people think I'm being negative here, I think there's an important bit to take away. Nuclear is safe, absolutely, and nobody's challenging that. The challenge is we are talking about seafarers being trained to operate nuclear. I mean, nuclear energy emits two kinds of energy, basically. You have got watt energy, and then you've got watt heat, as you've been talking, using the watt heat again, which is perfect. I think the thermodynamics bit is 100% agreed. The human bit is still, again, one challenge. STCW, second challenge. IMO, writing the STCW, third challenge. Flag states accepting it, fourth challenge. Then we'll come to the underwriters. After this is a certified product. And this is where I'm saying there are different streams of our supply chain when it comes to nuclear power, which are at different levels and speeds. Technology, you have it today, right? The challenge is how do you put it on board and have a product which everybody says 100% I would love to sit on board and operate that as well. That's the challenge we are facing. And there is a bit of a delay here and a gap which we have to acknowledge. By the time this actually comes into everybody taking it and de-risking it, in their minds, I would say, de-risk technology-wise it probably is today, but in their minds, it will be another 10 years-ish before we go there. And again, I would like to say, maybe for bigger ships, not for yours, but as I said, I'm looking forward and rooting for you in 2030.
Well, my 3 billionaires who are delivering in 2030, 31 will quite happily sit there and tell you how enjoyed they are and enthralled about the fact they're cruising around the world and not spending any more money.
Sure, sure.
Thank you. Questions from the audience?
Hi, I'm Daan de Waard from Search Twente. Very much thanks for this very interesting conversation. I have a question for all four of you. You mentioned not enriched uranium, or not highly, 5% is very low. How does that relate to, for example, big ships? And then specifically, I think Jean-Michel announced it a bit. The Somali pirates, let's say we have thousands nuclear ships going over the world, and I don't know if they have if the large ships, big container ships, require maybe more enriched uranium, and what if they take a bomb and put it next to the engine system and hijack and say like, hey guys, I want this money, otherwise we just blow up the ship. Maybe we have 10,000 big container ships in the future. What do we do then? Like that's. I really believe in the nuclear thing, because the nice graph at the very start, nuclear will be all the way there, energy dense as amazing, but this situation, how do you address that? Or is it not a problem?
Thank you. This is a great question. Natalie, I'm quoting you here. We had this discussion yesterday, remember? it will be exactly the same as we are doing on Strait of Hormuz today. We will wait for politicians to solve it, and that's a problem. But the enrichment uranium bit, they have a different technology here. I mean, we are talking a different technology. Munro is using a different technology on smaller than even microreactors. I think you will describe it better, Derek. But in general, we are not talking ships with least or less enriched uranium. Probably they'll be operating at similar enrichment, which is currently used for all commercial purposes, also on onshore purposes at this moment. But this problem that you just mentioned is one of the main also detractors today, that the safety aspect, a choke point such as Strait of Hormuz, Red Sea, has been a question today. We are sitting here, we hear news every hour. If you've not checked last hour, it could have already been changed. And unfortunately, that's a new reality we're living to.
I think we're going through, I mean, it's not I think, I know we're going through the same sort of evolution as we have gone when we first introduced LNG in the shipping market. We had exactly the same kind of questions. I don't know what your vision is of, you know, what would happen if a bomb would explode next to a microreactor. Do you see big plumes and mushroom clouds? Or, because that's not the case. In fact, it would be a lot more dangerous if these pirates would hijack an ammonia tanker or a hydrogen tanker, then it would be that, you know, to hijack a nuclear-fueled tanker. But we're going through the same evolution. I'm seeing the same questions happening again. We had the same with ammonia, and we're still going through that transition. We had the same with hydrogen. We can't have hydrogen on board of our ships because we will blow away the port of Antibes. Come on, you know, if you look at the technology behind it, and if you look at the intrinsically safe and risk assessments and risk mitigation measures which are in place, you know, it is extremely safe. And you know, it is a question of, you know, public perception, convincing, demonstrating it, which is why, fortunately, there are these rich owners who are willing to spend large amounts of money to demonstrate that it is intrinsically safe to operate these ships. And I'm pretty sure that in 10 years' time, you're probably quite right, you know, when it will be more acceptable to see these type of units on board, we will look back at this discussion and say, okay, yes, we did go through that same sort of energy transition again, like we've done in the past as well.
But safety is not the question. Sorry, the safety is not a question here. It's about using it safely and not weaponizing this, and that's an important question to think about, definitely.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to be very selfish, and so my focus is yachts. I'm not too worried about the commercial shipping, but you're quite right. The enrichment level is way higher. It's around about 20-25%, I think. And the cost of these units on a yacht is such that probably the owner is going to turn around and say, look, if you want to hold a ransom, you're picking the wrong vessel. He's going to be more worried about his crew than he is about the value of his nuclear power. But you know, it's going to be very, very different on commercial ships because, like I said, with that enrichment, it's going to cost a lot more money. It's going to be a lot more. My recommendation would be for the small freighters to use our units with 45 tons, 2.8 meters in diameter, less than 3 meters long. Stick a few of those on your boat with some graphene batteries or lithium batteries, whatever you want, and off you go. But yeah,
thanks, Derek. We're getting tight on time, and there was another quick question, and then I suggest that we can carry on the conversations while having a coffee break, because obviously there's a heated debate, not enriched, but heated debate about what's good, what's bad. But second question and last question for this session. Thank you.
Yeah, so hello everybody. Tuomo Salmi, Corvus Energy. One little detail caught my attention. It came from Derek. It's not about nuclear, but batteries. Why graphene-based? Why to go that far? I mean, even the Chinese majors are struggling to get solid state in production, and graphene is still some miles away from there.
Well, I suggest we leave that for later.
I was going to say there's a battery discussion later, but
yeah, we have a battery
I will dispute
panel.
you on that as well. But that's a different discussion.
Yeah, we'll be talking about electrification and battery systems in a forthcoming panel. So let's keep it for that session. Thank you, gentlemen. Very interesting debate and explanations. Well done. If you can please get ready for the picture. I don't know if our photographer is around.
Yeah, it was good to see that.
Is he around for the picture? Have we got our photographer? Yes, we do. So Jean-Michel, please stay here so that we can do the official group picture. And everybody is free for a, let's say, 20 minutes break. Maybe I'll give you 25. We'll see. I'll call you back.
Our oceans are under serious threat. Yachting stakeholders have the responsibility to mitigate impact and contribute to marine conservation. The Yacht Club de Monaco elaborated a robust benchmarking rating system for yachts based on calculating their initial carbon emissions. This C index offers carbon certification for all yachts over 25 meters, a process independently verified by a maritime class society.
We are very proud of being accepted in this association and to have achieved 3 stars, because that tells us that we are heading in the right direction.
Join us in this crucial endeavor for a more sustainable maritime future. Reach out to us on the C Index website.
Aujourd'hui, notre bâtiment est bien plus qu'un simple édifice, devenu un lieu de vie dynamique pour nos 2500 membres. Notre Yacht Club doit être un exemple et un moteur. Cela implique de la cohérence entre nos paroles et nos actes. C'est le sens de notre démarche collective, Monaco, Capital of Advanced Yachting. La performance sportive se cultive dès le plus jeune âge et je suis convaincu que le sport est l'un des piliers de notre société. Lancement de la belle classe de son centre de formation. Je souhaite que nous maintenions le cap avec enthousiasme, passion et détermination. Protéger l'écosystème marin riche et fragile de notre planète est notre priorité absolue. Le Monaco Energy Boat Challenge illustre parfaitement cette volonté. Le passé est notre patrimoine, le présent notre responsabilité, le futur notre défi.
Our oceans are under serious threat. Yachting stakeholders have the responsibility to mitigate impact and contribute to marine conservation. The Yacht Club de Monaco elaborated a robust benchmarking rating system for yachts based on calculating their initial carbon emissions. This C index offers carbon certification for all yachts over 25 meters, a process independently verified by a maritime class society.
We are very proud of being accepted in this association and to have achieved 3 stars, because that tells us that we are heading in the right direction.
Join us in this crucial endeavor for a more sustainable maritime future. Reach out to us on the C Index website.
Aujourd'hui, notre bâtiment est bien plus qu'un simple édifice, devenu un lieu de vie dynamique pour nos 2500 membres. Notre Yacht Club doit être un exemple et un moteur. Cela implique de la cohérence entre nos paroles et nos actes. Tel est le sens de notre démarche collective, Monaco, Capital of Advanced Yachting. La performance sportive se cultive dès le plus jeune âge et je suis convaincu que le sport est l'un des piliers de notre société. Lancement de la belle classe de son centre de formation. Je souhaite que nous maintenions le cap avec enthousiasme, passion et détermination. Protéger l'écosystème marin riche et fragile de notre planète est notre priorité absolue. Le Monaco Energy Boat Challenge illustre parfaitement cette volonté. Le passé est notre patrimoine, le présent notre responsabilité, le futur notre défi.
Our oceans are under serious threat. Yachting stakeholders have the responsibility to mitigate impact and contribute to marine conservation. The Yacht Club de Monaco elaborated a robust benchmarking rating system for yachts based on calculating their initial carbon emissions. This C index offers carbon certification for all yachts over 25 meters, a process independently verified by a maritime class society.
We are very proud of being accepted in this association and to have achieved 3 stars, because that tells us that we are heading in the right direction.
Join us in this crucial endeavor for a more sustainable maritime future. Reach out to us on the C-Index website.
To your seat, so we can proceed with the next session. There won't be any keynote introduction for that one, so please try and finish off your coffee, tea, soft drinks quickly. As a reminder, there's lunch afterwards, and if you don't want lunch to be too late, you should return to your seat now. We're not too bad on timing, so let's try and keep it that way. Thank you. And I said at the beginning that you were all good, more disciplined than yesterday. If we could remain that way, that'd be great. So please kindly return to your seats. And please, if you can help advise the people outside to come back inside, that'd be nice. Thank you. Can you please return to your seat before I actually have to ring the bell? I suppose you wanted me to do that, huh? Looks like the bell rings works better than my calling you. All right, so let's get back to our sessions. Since we're looking at alternative propulsion solutions, one that is not always put to the fore is wind. Wind propulsion. The title of this session, Wind Propulsion, Rethinking Power, Rediscovering Wind in Yachting. Ladies and gentlemen at the back, if you don't want to join us, can you please at least lower your voices so that we can carry on? Thank you. And if you want to have conversations, you can do so outside as well. Thank you. So in order to talk about wind propulsion and the evolutions in wind solutions, incorporating as well hybrid solutions, combining wind with other propulsion solutions, I'd like to call on stage Martina Resch-Villanova, who's the technical manager at North Windships, Jean Guillon, who's the CEO of Aeroforce, and Carlo Torre, Managing Director at MYT Group. Please welcome them on stage. Thank you. So welcome and welcome back for those of you who were already here yesterday. I suppose there's going to be less of a heated debate than about nuclear power. The key point of this session, and why do we bring wind back into the picture, is we know that wind has been the main solution to propel boats for centuries. Obviously, the fashionable motor yachts have taken advantage of low-cost diesel to put sailing on the side in a way. But it seems that nowadays there are more and more opportunities for wind propulsion to come back and actually be not just fashionable or reserved for sailing enthusiasts, but as a practical solution that can complement also other propulsion, fuel, or alternatives. Can you try and give us I would say, a landscape of how the sailing side of propulsion is evolving today? Who wants to start? I know you all have various solutions, but as an overall perspective. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Laurent. Maybe I start, is that okay? Yeah, I mean, you've said it all. I mean, wind has always been the main source of energy for propulsion of ships for centuries. And only recently the fuel has become the main propulsion mean because it's so easy to use and so powerful. But the change that we are going through now, the economic changes, the acceptance of climate change as well, makes us think differently, and we have to think back. And so this energy, which is widely available, is free of charge, and is literally zero emission, is there to be used. So why not? So that's the basic and fundamental idea behind trying to use new technology, because at the same time technology is evolving, and when we look at the problem from a new angle using the new technology, then we come up with new solutions that are more efficient, that are easier to use, and that's why I think wind propulsion today is on the rise again.
So you're saying, and I'm sure that both of you will concur, that the idea of sailing being a tradition didn't have registered with people's minds as innovation, but that is changing, and that perception is changing?
Yeah, if I can add, I would say that it's changing because of three main reasons, and we are seeing this trend, well, for super yachts, but also on commercial shipping, so it's across the maritime industry, let's say. So it's three main reasons. First is decarbonization. We need solutions to reduce emissions on shipping and yachting, and that's wind, as it has been said, it's the absolute green source of power. So it's zero emission solution. Then we have economics. Any sail or rig you install has a payback period, because every time you use your sail is fuel not burn. You can move without burning fuel. You can propel your yacht by not burning fuel. So it has a payback period. So that in terms of economics, it has a return on investment. And the third one is that thanks to automation and all those new technologies, AI, we can make sailing easier and have a different experience. So you don't need to be a big sailor or a huge passionate about sailing. We can automate these things, so it can be used as an engine, as a wind engine, basically.
Yeah, in relation to yachting, especially in the size 30-60 meters, that's the range where we are specialized with my companies. What we see is the cost impact, the invasive system on the onboard life, because still you need maneuvering, touching lines, and in most of the yachts of that size. And so there is one part related to the sailing system and one part related to the yacht, the hull shape itself, the volumes available. That's what has generated a deep crisis in sailing yachts in that range in the last 15 years.
Is it fair to say then, one of the issues, I would say, compared to motor yachts behind the fuel availability costs and everything, is that in people's minds as well, sailing means uncertainty, because obviously the wind change, the wind patterns change, and when you go sailing, of course, when you do it for pleasure, leisure, then it's great, it's for fun. But when you have economics in mind, and you need to look at your propulsion solution to talk about your ETA like we did yesterday, people may think that, well, if you go sailing, or if you go racing around the world using sail, you actually never know when you're going to arrive, and therefore it doesn't bring that level of certainty from a professional business perspective. Are the innovations of today changing that perception, and how?
I can say, sorry, I can say that actually there's two parts of this. One is that, yes, there's some uncertainty inherent with using the wind, of course. If there's no wind, you cannot move. But actually, we have a lot of new algorithms like route optimization, weather predictions that we can predict quite accurately where we are going to have wind, improve our route to take the most out of our sails, basically. And on the other side, I think that there's also an advantage of using wind to tackle the uncertainty of fuel prices on that side. So it's also, you have free fuel, that it's wind. So you are not, you don't have, or that sail that you have on board, it's more a tool to manage that uncertainty, not only on fuel prices, but also on availability. We were talking before about ammonia, methanol, hydrogen. So what about the availability of those fuels? So if I have a rig on board, that reduces the risk of that.
As long as you've got wind.
Exactly.
Yeah, and maybe a complement to this. Wind is probably one part of the solution. Because if you go back to the fundamentals are, we are trying to emit less CO2, and if possible, zero CO2. And so it's only and whether it's on land or on a boat, the solution always comes from a combination of sources. So you're talking about the wind being one, and then you have other ways to produce energy, whether it's solar, whether it's other fuels. But the real solution at the end of the day is a combination. So if you have no wind, then you have your electric engine, you have batteries, or you have other source of hydrogen or something. So you have to look at it as a combination. And a combination doesn't mean that you won't have zero CO2. And I'm in a very good position to say that because we have actually built a boat that is zero CO2, literally, and is cruising, in the Mediterranean as we speak, and has been doing this for 18 months with zero fuel, just relying on solar and wind.
Okay, so yes, Carlo.
Yeah, no, I agree what has been said, especially from Jean, in the sense of it's like renewable energies that are a part of the equation. It cannot be. You decide to have, especially if it's a ship. But don't forget that when you sail, you have the bonus of the hydrogeneration. So it's true that you pay the price when you don't have enough wind for propulsion. But on the other side, the percentage of power that you take from the water for the hydrogeneration is a small percentage in the power needed for propulsion. So as soon as you have a relative decent breeze, you start with power generation and you can accumulate. So, I mean, you have to look at the full equation that's a bit more complex than...
Yes, I can comment on this from real experience. As I said, we have a 70-foot yacht, catamaran, it's called the Mod X70, which is 100% zero fuel, 100% electric. And the energy mix on board, after more than 18 months of sailing, is about 30% to 40% solar and 60% from the hydrogeneration. So as we are sailing with our wings, because they're not sails, they are wings that are retractable and inflatable, we change the pitch of the propeller, and the propeller starts to spin, and then the electric engine becomes a generator. It's called hydrogeneration, right? And that creates about 60% of the energy mix of the boat. So this is very, very complementary. So the wind not only helps you to go from A to B, it also helps you to produce energy. And the hydrogeneration starts working very nicely at 7 to 8 knots of boat speed. So it's not very fast. You don't need to be very fast.
And it's a practical solution that can be easily implemented, and it's almost like coming on every sailing yacht that can come out. Yeah. Hydrogeneration combined with... Yeah.
And to connect to the yesterday panels about routing and planning routing, one plan could be in terms of energy efficiency for wind. So if you look at that in terms of motor yachts or for pleasure, nice place to go, but if you go crossing, sometimes it's especially reasoning in terms of sailing yachts, doesn't matter the length of your course, of your route, it matters the time. So if you have more wind, so with the assistance now today of modern routing, could be a game changer in that respect for wind propulsion, both commercial and pleasure. And just to give you a very small detail, very practical, I read an interview from Tom Perkins after the first transatlantic on Maltese Falcon with Dynarig. They have been able to sail without using propulsion from Gibraltar to Antigua. He said, we only consume about 6,000 liters of fuel for generation. If we had hydrogeneration, we would have gone from Gibraltar to Antigua completely fossil fuel free.
And that can be retrofitted easily.
Yeah.
To give another example on that, we are now we're actually building 2 dyno rigs for the new Greenpeace vessel that is going to be an oceanographer, and it has this mix. So the dyno rigs are the main source of power, but it also has the potential to, when you have enough power, to regenerate hydrogen on board. So they also, and that's a real, so it's under construction in Spain, the hull, and it has been designed by Dijkstra Naval Architects, so it's not science fiction, it's real projects.
So you're all saying that what's coming up is really the idea of hybridization of systems where the wind side, the sailing side, is a support, may not be the main solution, but combines well with other solutions, and where the mix can actually be managed like automatically? Okay, because this is an important point that...
Absolutely. I have two companies that we do systems, especially for sailing yacht. We do hydraulic, electric, and the automation, the combined automation of both with the power management. And therefore, adding different power sources and managing them depending on the availability is absolutely not something that will come. It's done already today.
So I suppose then when you do that, you all gather data. We talked about data yesterday quite extensively. Is that, again, part of the innovation is to provide the systems all integrated, managing the various power sources, tracking the data, being able to... Okay, so then I would say from your experience, when you combine the systems, what's the percentage? You kind of mentioned something, Jean. The percentage of savings or the range of support that using wind solutions, whether it's wings or sails, can bring in the mix? I know it depends on the wind conditions, but still.
If you're talking about fuel savings, in our experience, it's 100%. We have no fuel. As simple as that. Because there was the idea of the project at the beginning to design a yacht that you see here that is truly 100% zero emission. And it's not science fiction. It's true. The pictures you see here are true. We've been sailing for 18 months and we don't have engines on board, diesel engines on board, right? And of course, it's like the electric cars. If you look at the analogy of the the car industry started to go into this direction with hybrids. And then today, the big winners of the car industries are the fully electric. And it took maybe 15 years to get there. In the yachting industry, maybe it will be the same, maybe not, I don't know. But our challenge and our guess is that we can bring this 100% electric to the yachting industry with solutions like this, and it works. It's been proven. The big layer on top of all this, and we already mentioned that, is the automation. And the automation is really important because with the automation, your wing system becomes like a wind engine. The captain on board doesn't have any rope to pull, nothing. It's just purely electric. You press a button, the wings will go up. And then you push a throttle to 100%, and the wing will automatically set in the right direction to deliver the power. You know, and reefing is as simple as setting the power at 50%, and you reef in 1 second. So it's a completely new ways of looking at sailing. You don't need to be very experienced with sailing. You don't need to have 3 or 4 people on board doing a jibe. A jibe is 1 person on the helm. That's it. So
I remember the Maltese Falcon with the Dyna rig in 2007. So that's 20 years ago when you think about it. That was quite a revolution back then. But the idea behind it is what's become widely available nowadays now, whatever the solution.
Yeah, I think that what we see here in the picture and Dyna rig, I mean, the road has to be for automated sail plan. That 100%, because it's one of the main reasons we are not sailing yachts. The other reason is that we don't give all the amenities that they have on a motor yacht, but that's another story. I think that also what's pictured here, Ectamaran, is what is coming as a disruptive change in the sailing world, because they have always been considered the black swan from pure sailors. But probably somebody knows here that there is a 58-meter, well, she knows for sure, Martina, a 58-meter explorer yacht under construction in Australia, Ecom Marine Group, which is with 2 Dyna rig masts. And that can be very attractive compared to motor explorer yachts, because it's a 58-meter really look at as an explorer, plenty of toys, 12-meter catamaran tender. I mean, you are giving to somebody who goes sailing all the amenities that they have on a motor yacht. If we don't match this equation as much as possible, we will keep not selling sailing yachts.
Jean, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe.
no, I just wanted to say I fully agree with Carlo. We need to just make sailing as easy as go motor.
But will that be sufficient to be attractive? I mean, I'll come back to that. Jean, you wanted to also...
I will challenge this a little bit, if you don't mind. I think change comes as a cost. If you want to change your power consumption, you also have to change your behavior. A little bit, right? So, for example, in our case, we've experienced this. We have a yacht that is a small yacht, it's 70 foot, right, 21 meters, where you would expect to have air conditioning everywhere all the time, or at least some customers would expect that. And because we are 100% electric, we have to monitor this. So it's not going to be full air conditioning all the time. And then also the time of arrival can also be a little bit different. So change doesn't mean that your experience is less pleasant. It can be very pleasant because then you're on a yacht that has no noise, engine noise, no vibration, no fuel smell, and it's a very smooth ride. So what I'm saying is that those change has to come with some kind of behavior change, but it doesn't have to be negative. It can be positive.
In that sense, if I agree to some sort, but I think we cannot solve this issue alone as, in our case, sail provider. I think we need to, it's a challenge, we need to make yachting greener and we need to tackle and make it climate adaptive. So we need to collaborate with naval architects and everyone in the industry. So for instance, regarding heating, we can play with paints or the glazing of the windows, or so then, as we were talking a bit yesterday, of making everything more energy efficient. So I think that's really the goal. We cannot. I don't think it will be a success if we tell owners now, okay, you need to be comfy at 30 degrees, or. That's not what I'm saying. Yeah, I got it, but. Just to reinforce that, I think the end goal is like to achieve the current standards with the new technologies and get to those luxury yachts and green and climate adaptive yachts, which definitely wind is part of the solution. So,
when you say we were talking about Moses Falcon, right? She is a sailing yacht. When you see Black Pearl, she's a motor yacht that goes sailing. You see more, I mean, obviously, here you got a motor yacht that goes sailing. Is that something that's getting more and more attraction with yacht owners?
We believe that's definitely the future. I mean, we do also a lot of owner representation for new constructions. And if you put together the brief and you don't, without wanted to go for a traditional sailing yacht, but if you look in a rational way to the brief, you receive the description of a sailing motor yacht.
So motor sailors could become trendy again?
Absolutely. That's definitely because what I was saying, if you look at how charters are selected also, you go on the main platforms, one of the possibilities you have is to select the charter yacht for tender and toys. And if you just do a Google search, super yacht, toys and tenders, and you look at the images that you can see, you understand that a sailing yacht in the traditional sense cannot be competitive in that market. And since a lot of yachts go or are built to go on the charter market, obviously you cut short. Another point that has to be taken into consideration is that most of the yachts in their typical use, like Mediterranean or Caribbean season, they have an average of consumption that goes between 60 and 70%, which is for hotel loads, not propulsion. So that part remains. It's not you can put all the sails you want, but that part remains.
Yeah, you can't address that with hydrogeneration only.
Not when you are a tanker.
Not yet, no. I don't know if there's designers, naval architects in the room, but whether also their impression is that when they get a brief where they think sails or sailing solutions, whether it's dyno rig, whether it's Air Force wings, are possible. What's the reaction or the discussion with the owners? I mean, is that something that you can feel there's more interest, I would say? Yes, Jarkko. You're very experienced in that, so.
Hello, my name is Jarkko. Well, my clients, when I design sailing super yachts, is they want to have a sailing super yacht, and the sailing is the key. And then all the things that break down the speed are negative. So I still see in my clientele the difference that we have motor yacht owners and sailing boat owners. And we mostly just focus on making as good sailing boats as possible, as good motorboat as possible. The hybrid, I'm not sure.
But if I can, is a new type of client. We have been following these clients. I mean, I started working my career for Wally just after university, and I became the first in-house designer and ran design office of Wally for 6 years. So we were quite pure in terms of concept, but I've seen that type of market decline, and we ended up with 75 years old owners ordering their 5th and last yacht, and the market is dry. So there is the market that's always more and more limited for pure sailing owners. But what we are discussing at the moment with big yards, for instance, we are collaborating with San Lorenzo Swan for the new 44 meter with one of my companies. It's bigger the market that we can steal from motor yachts than the market of the pure sailors today.
Can you then say that, okay, we're talking about motor sailor as one direction. Obviously, catamarans are another that's been like gaining traction and interest, and obviously quite large visibility on the market. I mean, I won't name brands, but some are pretty good also at getting some well-known sports people to actually embark on catamarans. Is that something that you can see as also becoming a trend in the use of automated, data collected, sailing systems integrated on catamarans that can be a motor yacht with sails? Is that from a market perspective?
From a market perspective, I don't know if it's a trend yet, but I think all of us really would like to see this as a trend, if it could. But yes, I think there's also another angle that we have to look at in terms of the yachts is the size of the yacht. Here we are talking in meters, I'm talking in foot. So, you know, there's different segments in this market, and probably the market of the catamarans that you mentioned, or that are, you know, 20, 30 meters, maybe up to 40 meters, I think is around the corner really with this technology. Then when we talk bigger boats, I think it's a different type of customers with different expectations as well. And so here again, I'm not sure what's going to happen, but there's definitely a segmentation in the market in that respect, and it will start from the small yachts.
And from the economics side of things, all these innovations in sailing developments, wings, and we know that it's gone through, it started with racing, America's Cup and the likes. When you think about how much it costs compared to the traditional sails, and you try and put that in perspective with other alternative solutions, obviously we're talking about fuel cell, I won't even go to nuclear again. How can you is not even justified, but basically market in terms of percentages of the return on investment in comparison? Because I assume that these new sailing technologies are not that expensive in comparison with others.
But first of all, on the catamarans, the sailing system costs less than on a monohull. If you talk about traditional mast, a traditional rig, sailing system, and for sailing system I intend the lifting keel, the rig, the carbon rudders, and the old machinery, captive winches, and so on. On a sailing yacht, in the range, let's say again 30-60 meters, it is about between 35 and 40% of the price of the yacht. So, and for a volume that's quite less of a comparable motor yacht. So that's are things that owners are calculating now. So the catamaran has also the advantage that for a traditional rig is less expensive. These become more competitive on the market. So that's also another point.
But generally speaking, implementing sailing solutions is really worth it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure you all agree to that.
Yes.
We all agree.
Okay. Questions from the audience? No? Yes?
Thank you for the interesting conversation. I have a question on the integration of AI into, with hybrid systems, energy management, reaching the destination on time, synthesizing all of this data that you are collecting from sensors like wind speed and all of that. How do you see the integration of AI coming really into the market? Because I come from an academic point of view, and I know that as researchers, we are integrating AI in almost everything. But when it comes to the market, do we see it, happening short term or long term? Thank you.
I can quite answer that in the sense that we actually talked about it yesterday. But I don't know if you were not. But please.
What I can comment is actually what we are using AI right now in our Dynaric team. So we implemented AI for performance prediction already, just to from early design stage when we are helping or supporting the design of the super yacht. So to improve the sail arrangement on board, the return on investment, and understand how many rigs, the sizing of the rigs, and so on. So AI allows us to predict the performance super fast at a high accuracy level because we train that on CFD. The next step is that training that or comparing that with the real sailing data, and hopefully then the future we are having is that to keep implementing this AI, just to keep the self-streaming algorithm based on all the performance prediction and then matching that with the real life. And I would expect like a slowly transition to real life in the future. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, well, actually, that's the base for automation. We are using AI at the moment to process data that we collect from the yachts. Because we started from racing, because we had the situation where the speed of maneuvering, they're requiring this typically 30 meters yacht for super yacht racing, compared to the power source, we didn't find the match in the traditional use. So we start optimizing the use depending on what the yacht was doing, and that we were doing that with automation. We started having buttons to have mapping, a bit like Formula One cars. We were going in jibe mode, so some functions were becoming prevalent on others. We were going hoist mode for Jennaker hoist, limiting the power for others, and this can be set also by the crew. And to extend this to big yachts, like a Perini, for instance, sometimes the generator size was not dimensioned for the electrical loads of the boat, but for the hydraulic power needed. So with much more efficient electric motors, we switched to power packs, which are, because with the buffer of a battery bank, you can run the power pack and doesn't become a load on the generator other than the battery charger. And to optimize that, you need to process a lot of data, and AI is what we use today.
Thank you. Another question here?
Actually, I've got some supporting data for Martina. I was the build owner's rep for Black Pearl and still manage the boat. She sails 88% of the time as a 100-metre boat. They have a competition on board between the captains, how much they sail, so our fuel savings are huge. We'll spend a season in the Caribbean and spend maybe $20,000, $25,000 on fuel. And we will optimise that a little bit more as time goes on with the introduction of AI and everything else. But the dynamic system is incredible for helping large yachts sail more than motor.
Thank you. This is a very nice way to highlight how everyone should go sailing and use sailing and sailing systems that are made a lot easier to handle. Many thanks for your contribution to this session and to your positive thoughts about sailing, which obviously there's no debate about the fact that sailing is a very good solution. Thank you. Please, you need to do the official picture, possibly, or not. We'll have to. Yeah. When he hears a round of applause, he comes. Thank you again. Our next session, one before last, we're going back to, I would say, hydrogen-related solutions, as we're going to be delving into methanol. And why there's a focus on methanol is pretty much because, as you probably have noticed over the past couple of years, there's been a number of projects developed by shipyards running on methanol. And weather is reformed. Basically, it's been deemed by quite a few shipyards as a pretty good solution for transition in comparison with your pure hydrogen or in comparison with diesel electric systems in order to try and move forward. So in order to set the scene of where methanol stands and what promising or not so promising future it may hold, I'd like to bring to the stage Ernesto Lacola, who's a specialist engineer at FedShip for multi-fuel, and obviously they do have a strong experience on the methanol side. Simone Bruckner, who's a chief R&D officer at San Lorenzo, another project with methanol on board. And then we have Laurent Thiebaud, who is the managing director at Rolls-Royce Power Systems France, very involved in methanol and other developments as well. Lex Nissen, who is the VP head of Marine Europe and the Americas at Everlands. And Dan Devard, who is the power system engineer at Surge Methanol Fueling Team 20. Welcome all. See you again. Please have a seat. It's quite another male-dominated panel. We do like women again, like yesterday. We'd like to see more, but that's the case. Well, I mean, unfortunately. Anyway, welcome. You're all experts and involved in methanol-based projects, which actually are not just projects or prototypes, but are really cruising already for some of them and working on such developments. I would like to understand, the audience to understand, where do we stand now? Because all of these, or many of these initial projects at FedShip, at San Lorenzo, they were like prototyping the solution, implementing, took a few years. So it's to understand the thought process into first, why making the decision on methanol? And second, again, the difficulties, the challenges that you met, where do you stand now in terms of being able to, I would say, spread it widely to other yachts?
Perhaps I'd like to kick off. I'd like to actually put some things in perspective. Maybe that kicks off the discussion, put some numbers on the table. This to add on the nice numbers that were presented by John and Pierre at the beginning of today. If we look at big yachts, say fed ship yachts, those are in the range of 70 to 120 plus meters. If we consider the global warming potential of these yachts, it's in terms of equivalent CO2 per year. 94% of these emissions derives from the operations. The remaining 6% is, 4% is on the supply chain, 2% is on the manufacturing. So it's just to remember us, because we talked a lot about hydrogen, we talked about nuclear, wind, batteries, methanol. So it's 94% of only the operations. Alternative fuels make sense, right? It's the first logical step. In terms of methanol, we have currently, I think a bit more than 400 vessels as per 2026 on methanol, with production of methanol capacity at the moment of a few million tons of methanol. Projection by 2031 to increase to 58 million tons of methanol capacity. And technology is there, but perhaps engine manufacturers can help us today. But the TRL is quite high. So in terms of where we stand now, it is a reality solution that can be already implemented.
Not just on the prototyping side, but really implemented widely.
Yeah, that's correct.
First, thank you for the invitation. So in San Lorenzo, we have finished the first project on the methanol fuel cell with Siemens Energy, and we are in the middle of the second project that is for a 50 meters bifuel engine, so both for propulsion and artillery. I would say that in general, technology is available. The big problem is the availability of green methanol, especially in Mediterranean area, because there are some hubs in the north, but in terms of infrastructure, availability, and also regulation, is still far from being, let's say, a commercial product, I would say. Not the technology, and that's the reason why is also during the Venice Week last month, there was, let's say, a sort of a call for action for European Commissioner Jessica Roswell from our chairman, basically because the problem is that there is a slowdown in the activities of developing the infrastructure of methanol, but not from the technology point of view.
A bit like for hydrogen as pure hydrogen.
I would say methanol is just after hydrogen. So if hydrogen is not cheap and is not available, methanol, green methanol, couldn't be.
But at least it's more advanced in its adoption at the moment.
More advanced, basically because methanol is easier, because it's liquid at room temperature. There are less problem in terms of storage, in terms of range, and also from the engine manufacturing point of view, it's something that is already on the table.
No?
Yeah, I can confirm that if you look at it, methanol in fact is the less disruptive solution comparing to what you have heard before. So that's the reason why it's getting the momentum now. So from the technology point of view, we are ready. It was not such a big effort, just a matter of channeling the R&D money to the right project. But in terms of technology, it was not such a big effort. So we have tested a few months ago, our first engine, and we are practically methanol ready now. So this is the reason why methanol looks ahead of the rest. It's just simply because it's less disruptive than the other technology.
Well, yeah. Also, from our point of view, from technology point, it's not an issue. We as an engine manufacturer, Everlens, we named now Everlens, before it was MAN Energy Solutions. We have already engines delivered to the shipping world in 2016, engines, two-stroke engines running on methanol. So the technology of having engines running on methanol is not an issue. I think one of the drawbacks was last year when IMO didn't implement new regulations. That was really a setback for driving the industry, the shipping industry, into using alternative fuels. On the other side, the technology is not stopped, and we have now introduced a smaller and high-speed engine in the market as well, typically used for tug and work boats, but also for super yachts, where we have also now the first references for super yachts and engines that runs on methanol as a dual fuel engine. With port fuel injection, there was the discussion: do we run the engine 100% on methanol, or do we make it a port fuel injection, which means the engine can run as well on diesel as on methanol? Just for redundancy, we have chosen for the smaller engines to have them running as a dual fuel engine. Engine range in 1500 to 4000 kilowatts, and we have the engines running on testbed already, and we have also the first sales references for some projects which I cannot disclose at the moment. But we see still the industry is ready for it, and I think the chicken and egg story should not be placed here. What is the engine? Is it the chicken or the egg? One of them is already there.
Thank you. Before then you comment, I want just to clarify things, because we're talking methanol, right? But are you talking, and you mentioned a few things, everyone's talking about dual fuel engine, combustion engine, fuel cells. I mean, what's the practical ways or the best options or solutions you're considering when you're developing the use of methanol for propulsion solutions? Combustion, 100% methanol, fuel cell reformer. I mean, what's the, so that it's clarified for everyone in the audience.
Yeah, maybe from a FEDSHIP perspective, we see, and maybe we can touch upon on the topic that Simone mentioned, the availability of methanol. It is indeed a good projection, as I mentioned before, by 2031, but the current situation is that you cannot bunker it everywhere. So we do not want to impose restrictions to our clients. That's why we thought about a multi-fuel system. And the multi-fuel system has this built-in flexibility in terms of fuels that you can use, but also architecture, and so power conversion units. The fuels you can use can be alcoholic fuels, methanol. We can potentially look also into ethanol, and HVO, so hydrotreated vegetable oil. The worst case, of course, is the utilization of diesel. In the case of the other fuels, cannot be bunkered for some purposes, like availability, emissions restrictions, or costs, and so on. So the architecture-wise, we look into these, say, multi-fuel, of course, engines, but also fuel cells. Methanol makes sense for a methanol to hydrogen reforming stage, where the fuel cells adds more flexibility, not only in propulsion power, and that's perhaps another topic, but also to look at methanol in the architecture, not only from tank to propulsion, but also for heat recovery systems.
Okay, Simone and San Lorenzo, what's your? Okay.
I fully agree with Ernesto, and I would say in the short term, for sure, bifuel solution for the availability and the bunkering issues is the best option, because maybe you can find a hotspot for methanol in a large port, but then you're traveling in a small island in Greece, so it's better to have the two options. And it's also something that probably is the winning point for methanol. This is for propulsion. At the moment, for propulsion, we can see only the bifuel solution. While for the hotelery on board, so when we are talking about less power, for sure, fuel cell is a potential solution. We need to downsize, especially in terms of weight and volumes, but in terms of reliability, I think that also fuel cell could be the right solution for hotelery on board.
Yeah, I can answer the 2 questions you ask. I'm very happy that Search Twente is a student team. That's the first student team here at the Monaco Energy Boat Challenge that actually applies methanol, green methanol as a fuel. And yeah, the first answer of your question, why methanol, is already, I think, explained very well in the second presentation today. It has to do with, it's also said here, the easiness of its application and its relatively moderate energy density in volume, in volume and in weight. It's a liquid at atmospheric conditions and relatively easy to handle compared to, for example, hydrogen and ammonia. To touch upon a second question about fuel cells, combustion engines, there are a few things you can consider, but that's important to consider, and that's the weight of your fuel cell. For example, the solid oxide fuel cell is one type of fuel cell, but it's relatively heavy, so you should take that into account. The most compact fuel cells are quite efficient, but if you want to convert methanol to electricity, you need to first maybe reform it to CO2 and hydrogen, and then use that hydrogen in a hydrogen fuel cell. The most compact fuel cell applies, up to date right now, applies scarce materials. So that's really something in economics, or you need to pay for it. That's really something to consider. And efficiency-wise, I don't know, maybe you can answer this better, because I'm not a combustion engineer, but I've heard that, for example, in the great large carriers, that actually the newest ships have quite efficient engines. If you have a car engine, your efficiency would be combustion between, let's say, 20–25%, diesel maybe up to 40. I heard, but I don't know if it's true, that for methanol it can be, or for combustion systems on large ship, it can be 40%, which is relatively high efficiency. So then that would be still a good option for methanol, for example. And because with a fuel cell, you need to first reform it to CO2 and hydrogen. That also costs energy. So then maybe combustion is also a very good solution.
No.
Yeah, exactly. The system is more complicated. For instance, if you use the methanol in the combustion engine directly, you can have variable load. You can easy variable speed as well for the engines. You can have the engine driving the propellers directly via a gearbox, still running on methanol. Or you can drive a generator, of course, to produce electricity for a hybrid drive or an electric drive, or for your auxiliary systems. But at least it's independent of the load. You still, or it can easily have variable load on a combustion engine.
Laurent, you wanted to add in something?
No, it all comes to the availability of methanol. So as long as the infrastructure is not in place, you cannot rely only on that. So you will have to integrate, like you said, the flexibility. Otherwise, you will be stuck and your range of operation will be incredibly reduced, which usually the owners don't like, because those people have no limits. So they don't like when you impose them limits. So it will be going in the opposite trend of what the customers want. So we need to consider both and multiple fueling on board.
So if I try and sum up, is basically, as you said, the winning point of methanol is the fact that whatever the option, combustion engine or used for reforming with fuel cells or multi-fuel solutions in combustion engines, it works in all cases, basically. Yes. And this is why it's been like the choice or the main choice at the moment for the transition, because this is the possibility that does not exist with other alternative fuels, such as hydrogen, for example. Not yet.
Correct.
Right. And if I try and sum up again on the hotel load versus propulsion, what you're saying is that on the combustion engine side, dual fuel using methanol, then you have your same tanks using methanol for propulsion with the combustion engine, and you're using the fuel cells basically in order with a reformer potentially to be able to then generate electricity, whether you store it in batteries or not. We'll talk about batteries afterwards, in order to support the hotel load, right?
Sorry.
That's
okay.
Good.
That's a system, yes.
I would add just a little comment on this. So basically, I think that for the hotelery, why we have tested the fuel cell, and now we are testing also genset. The rule of thumb is more or less that the bigger and the more advanced the engine is, and the substitution rate should be better. So the problem is that when you are moving to generators that are smaller than the propulsion engine, the substitution rate is dropping. So this is potentially a problem. So that's the reason why fuel cell could be interesting because there isn't a substitution rate. You are just running on methanol. But of course, you need methanol.
Okay, so you're saying it's working fine, can be broadened to everywhere, could be, but at the same time, there's availability that's an issue, right? So then do you see that being as a transitional solution or as a long-term solution if either there's no solution to the availability of green methanol or there's another alternative that comes into play at some point? You see where I want to go.
I don't fully understand yet what you mean. Like, what do you mean?
Okay, do you see methanol as a transitional fuel or long-term solution?
I see it as a part. There will be no one solution for the future. There will be different solutions. So it's a part of a solution. It's one direction. You can have engines running on methanol or ethanol in the future. For your decarbonization path, there will also be a part that run on ammonia engines. Ammonia as a fuel. There will be also a part of directly hydrogen. It's typically the application. It's one solution of the several that will be there for the future. I think the time, say 22 decades ago, where we had only oil or petroleum product, that was the fuel. That is over. There will be a variation of the different fuels in the future.
There is also, we are talking about new build or new ship, but there is also the existing fleet that you have. They will not throw away the existing fleet or scrap it and reuse the material. So methanol could be a good also solution for the existing fleet, like making a refit of an existing with the internal combustion engine that you already have in place. So I don't see that it will be one solution against the other one. Everybody will, it will be sort like a book where you can do your shopping. In the past, you just had one option, diesel, and that was everything for everybody. Now, over the years, we will see that depending of the expectation of the owner and the way he wants to use it, will it be a charter, will it be operated privately, etc. Everybody will make his sort of his shopping. That will, it's probably the beauty of the moment. We are in a very fancy and very interesting industry now, and we will have a lot of solutions ahead and multiple systems running side by side.
I have two questions on that aspect. One is I wanted to ask was about retrofitting, as methanol obviously being a very good solution because we've got like 10,000 yachts out there that are running on diesel and should be retrofitted at some point. And the second point is about what you're saying on the acceptance in a way. I mean, the fact that when you talk to an owner about having methanol on board, I suppose that it's a lot easier than if you're talking about having hydrogen or you talk about having nuclear, right? So because you've done these projects, what's your experience and feedback on bringing methanol to the table?
For sure, from the crew and the captain's point of view, and some of the customers, there is a resistance. Basically, this could be, let's say, reduced with the right training. This is for sure for the crew and the captains. It's not rocket science dealing with methanol, but of course it's not like dealing with diesel. In terms of also other stakeholders, I would mention also the register. We have a very good collaboration with Lloyds and RINA on these projects, because basically it's important also to build the framework, because at the moment we are still working on a risk assessment, ACID and AZOP procedure. I think that more vessels are going to be built. For sure, we need also to implement easier regulation based on the experience. But on this, I think that the register are quite open. The flags are in collaboration. Probably more resistance from the crew and the captains.
Which will help with the retrofitting. But when you say the resistance of the crew and the captain, or the tolerance, when you compare to other potential solutions, is that the best one or the least resistance?
Yeah, what I think, in general, it's already indeed said. Again, I refer to the second presentation. The easiness of that it's liquid at atmospheric condition. You have a liquid fuel that is I think, way easier than a gaseous fuel like hydrogen or ammonia, which you have to liquefy or store under pressure. So I think that, and it's relatively energy dense and moderate. So I think of all the fuels we've discussed, safety and logistics-wise, methanol comes out best. I think one of the most difficult challenges for methanol is to produce it, because you are reliant on the hydrogen chain, of course. You need to have sustainable hydrogen, but you also need a sustainable CO2 source. And then you need to mingle them together. I think that is one of the main challenges, because for ammonia, for example, one positive side is you can easily get nitrogen from the air and then combine it with hydrogen, then you have ammonia. If you want to get CO2 out of the air, well, there's less concentration, so it's harder, takes more energy. So for me, the challenge of methanol relies in getting the renewable CO2. And for the rest, in application, I think it is better than the other, regarding safety and logistics, it's better than the other fuels. Okay. Or better, it is more easy to handle. That's its strength.
Okay, we're touching on the point about also to understand between what's the green methanol, the traditional, conventional methanol, and when you talk about carbon capture, and I mean, these are things that maybe a bit, I don't know whether you want to have a bit more technicality on this, but maybe it can help also explain or understand why the availability is an issue at the moment. Who wants to?
No, I think we touched upon before, like if you go somewhere, as you want to mention a small island in Greece, can you bunker it? There's no facility there. Perhaps you can call the truck. Well, can you bunker 500,000 liters of methanol for one of the Fed shipyards? So
no, I understand
that's a bit of a question,
You said, I mean, you explained the UFO. The question is, if let's assume that you can bunker.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. The issue you've mentioned is about availability of that fuel from a production perspective, right? More than from bunkering. Okay, we know in small island. And why is that an issue? The availability of the fuel in terms of producing that fuel.
I think because methanol is cross-sectional element, meaning that is used primarily in the chemical industries, but also the petrochemical industry. You can use methanol to produce plastics, for instance. So the big chunk of the methanol usage is for the chemical industry. Reason why before our the ISO methanol standard for marine fuel, we had only the IMPCA methanol standards. Could also talk about quality of methanol, but that's another story. And briefly to mention the uncertainties also, we need to look at other industries. What's up with the aviation industry? I think you can see up there a little bit small, but you can see that in projection, methanol to jet fuel, sustainable aviation fuel, is going to increase in production. Ethanol to jet fuel is the same. So it's really about the use on other industries.
I can only agree. It is the methanol is now seen as a marine fuel is in competition with what is the industry using, and that competition was not there before. So that's a big challenge. But it's also there we come again with the chicken and the egg. The requirement for marine fuel is not high enough, so there's not enough production yet. We see, and that's just because of regulations are not strict enough yet.
There is no regulation in place, so it's if you look at how the things are developing, unfortunately, we are driven by regulation. When the regulation is imposing the things, then the industry is picking up. So from an engine manufacturer point of view, we are ready, but shipbuilders are also ready. But then if there is no framework to operate, we have to wait that. So that's also the reason why we expect IMO to take a position on that, and it did not happen, but let's hope that the regulation will change.
We see only the point 2050, then we have to be zero or neutral in our CO2 emissions, but for many that is so far away and there's no intermediate part on the regulations yet.
Maybe to answer your question also, I would underline also the importance of green methanol, because the gray methanol is available. Is probably one of the most traded material or raw material in the world. But the green methanol is very, very short at the moment. Yeah. And the problem of green methanol is that you need to produce locally, because as happened to us, if the production is in the north of Europe, and then we need to move with a truck the green methanol to the Mediterranean area, of course, considering all the life cycle assessment, this doesn't make sense. So there could be some option, and Sardinia region is developing this to produce locally green methanol from the waste. So it's biomethanol. So from the waste you produce biomethane, and then with specific equipments you can store as methanol. So if this could be done on the human waste, animal waste, vegetable waste, in any case that could be something that could be local. If local, the green methanol could be a solution. If you needed to move from one part to another.
But then if everyone is basically using biomass to produce methanol, then and everyone is using it, there won't be enough biomass to carry on producing green methanol, right?
Yeah, that's the trick.
Yeah, I think then the main challenge is to get what I already said, the sustainable CO2, which ideally you would get from the air, which is challenging, because if you get it from the air, you get it from the air today, you emit it tomorrow, your emission is net zero. An in-between solution, just like blue hydrogen, is to tap off CO2 from industrial processes. Then it is gray, but then you decrease the carbon intensity because you use the same CO2 2 times to emit. That can be a transitional pathway, also to get the technique down. Ideally, you will eventually get green CO2. And to answer a bit, or to respond a bit on your part, I think there's potential actually in transporting a liquid, because with pipelines, it's more easy. I think that's doable to also do it at least from Europe, maybe from places with extensive renewable energy, to catch the CO2 there out of the air, produce hydrogen there, and with pipelines to Europe and other places. Let's do it.
You highlighted regulators. So technically we can produce as much methanol as we want, right? There's a need for enough demand, especially on the marine side, to say, okay, we've got demand, it's not there yet, but it's growing. So we need to have that regulation that will push and drive the production of methanol. So what do the regulators say? There's one in this room who wants to answer that point raised by our manufacturers who are saying the regulation is not there yet to help drive that move forward. I know we had regulators in the room.
No, I think there is a little bit of a misunderstanding. When regulations are not there, we're saying that the net zero framework is not there, because regulation around methanol are all there. So there's no regulation imposing or adding levies on taxes or on emissions, unfortunately, because of political reasons.
So the fact that IMO delayed things didn't help, basically?
Not at all.
And even if you want to be as forward-thinking and proactive as possible, the fact is because there's no obligation at the moment, then it's not happening as fast as we could, when technically we could.
Yeah, but if you look at it, it did not stop any of us to put that on the market. So we are entrepreneurs, we are here to change the world. So it's not really an issue for us. We will go there. It's just probably slower than expected, but we will be there. It's not an issue. It's just a matter of time and opportunities.
Yeah, totally agree with Laurent. Can be done, yes. Can be done faster, yes.
So it all goes back to politics then.
Yeah, but there's one advantage that's maybe on the methanol side as well, and that's because it's not only a potential fuel, it's a platform chemical for the chemical industry. So if the chemical industry in general wants to become carbon neutral for a lot of plastic products that we have, methanol can function as a platform chemical. So the incentive to get the ball rolling for green methanol is not only from the fuel side. It becomes from two sides, and that may be an advantage. I think it only can work beneficial for the production of green methanol and getting the regulations down and getting the subsidies to get the ball rolling. Let's put it that way.
Thank you. Couple of questions from the audience. Ooh, plenty.
Really quick one. We have clients that are all pioneers, so all those new energy sources will be used, and as long as the network just will follow, that's fine. But what are your thoughts on the existing fleet and workboats and HVO replacing the diesel? And the other question is, what are your thoughts on solid hydrogen, because it's stored under ambient temperatures as well and low bar?
Yeah, I can take the HVO quickly, if you don't mind. HVO, it's already a reality if you have it available, which it's the case. I think Lex will confirm that most of our engines are already HVO compatible. So it's just a matter of training and explaining to the owners and the captains and the chief engineers that it is existing, that it's possible. Does not affect the performance, does not affect the maintenance schedule. So it's already here. You don't even have to wait for that.
That's correct. Correct. Yes.
But I would say that the problem is that in long term is the quantity, the availability in quantity. So if other sector starts to use HVO intensively, for sure there won't be enough for the yachting industry. So the problem is basically the raw material starting to produce HVO. So it's a solution. We shouldn't invest anything from the shipyard point of view. We just drop in the HVO instead of diesel. But the problem is the availability in long term.
And the shelf life of the HVO. So you really have to be careful how long you keep the fuel on board before bacteria are growing in your fuel, etc. But that's
a good point.
Effect.
And to answer on the really good question about the solid state hydrogen, right? I don't know the numbers out of my head, but you also need to account for that you carry the weight of the metal hydride that you take with you, which decreases the energy per volume per unit weight of the system. If it's feasible, it's very interesting to look at that. But if you have methanol, then you also benefit of the energy density per unit weight and per volume. And you should compare that with the metal hydride than if you use hydrogen.
Yep.
If that answers your question.
Yep. Yeah. Leo Deal, alternative fuels expert from LBST. I would be interested on the more positive term on the application of fuel cells on your ships. So a question to the both. On the left, I would say, from my perspective, is the advantage of no noise and also no vibrations, etc., driving your customers to make an effort to get methanol? So is there a drive through the positive consequences of using methanol to make an effort for the ship owners to actually get the methanol and actually operate on the methanol? Because I think we didn't speak that much about whether those dual fuel ships actually run on methanol in reality. Thank you.
Yeah, nice question actually. From fuel cells perspective, the interesting part is indeed no noise, no vibrations, but also no emissions. In the case you have, for instance, a methanol to hydrogen reforming stage, it is indeed you produce CO2. However, there are, I don't want to get into the details of it, but there are some cleanup stages which also reduce the ppm of produced CO2 before the final emissions. So that's, all of these together, it's definitely benefit and seen positive by owners. And also from an efficiency perspective, as said, you could also think of methanol to hydrogen reforming from fuel cells for heat recovery systems, and then you increase the overall system performance.
Yeah, I agree on the comfort for sure. The fuel cell could be a solution, especially when you are at anchor, so you don't need to switch on the genset, but you can live with batteries and the fuel cell charging the batteries. So vibration, noise are a plus. I would say that in general, at the moment, customers are interested, but there isn't a real market because there are also price expectations that at the moment are still something that we should work with the supply chain. Basically, after prototypes, there will be also real product, but in terms of size, volumes, and price, there is still something to be done.
Thank you. Time for one last question. And then we'll shift to batteries.
Yes, hi. A question about the price and the green premium. Before, the gentleman from Linde said that all production decisions were involved in hydrogen production are based on clear demand. My question for methanol and e-methanol is today you're basically 4 to 5 times more expensive for e-methanol than diesel. That may come down, but it's not coming to price parity. What do you see as the maximum green premium that your customers are willing to pay on their yachts? Imagine that it was available everywhere to say, I'm willing to pay this much more to go with a green fuel, e-methanol, than a very simple solution that's available today, diesel.
But this is the problem of the price and the cost that we discussed also earlier. I would say that if there are no regulation pushing for reduction the emission, of course it makes sense to use diesel. I'm a mechanical engineer, and I think that in terms of efficiency, the diesel engine is still a valid solution. So I can't speak against that. The problem is that if you would like to reduce CO2 emission or also other emission, because something that sometimes is not mentioned, but using methanol, of course, you have also reduction in terms of particles, in terms of NOx, SOx, of course. So there are also other contaminants that, in any case, with methanol, you reduce that has probably a bigger impact on health situation around the coastline. The problem is that at the moment, if there is no real regulation pushing for this, I'd say that no customer would like to spend 4 times for just a weekend on a yacht.
Thank you. And on that note, thanks, gentlemen, for a very insightful session. Rather technical, but very insightful. Thank you.
Thank you.
And please.
Thanks a lot.
You just need to get in front of the stage for the official photo. So I hope you're not too tired. There's not too much information into your minds yet, because we're going to have one last session before lunch break. Thank you, gentlemen. So our last session for today and for the end of these 2 days of conferences is about batteries. Quite interestingly, over the past few years, in all our hydrogen, initially was the hydrogen roundtables, and then we changed it to alternative fuels. And now integrating into that analysis of the solutions available for the marine industry, we're integrating batteries, which is obviously quite different from the fuels that we usually talk about, whether it's diesel, whether it's hydrogen, methanol, batteries. Electrification is becoming a very big topic, obviously in the automotive world, but now also, and as you can see, there's many electric boats down there, a very hot topic in the maritime and yachting sectors. So in order to address these points and discuss how, what, and what's the future like, I'd like to call Lorenzo Savini, sales engineer at Siemens Energy, to join me on stage. Daniele Bottino, who's the manager business development of the yacht sector at ABS. Tuomo Salmi, VP sales at Corvus Energy. Stéphane Jardin, who's the CEO at EODev. And Laura Lang-Legerloff, commercial director at Langtech Oy Abbey. Please welcome on stage. And thanks for giving them a round of applause, especially to Laura, who's the one female representative on this panel session. So many thanks to all of you for agreeing to take part. As I said, so far, in the previous years, in the past basically 6 years, we actually never talk about batteries. I mean, we talked about batteries in the sense of for smaller units, for small boats, for potentially for hotel loads or coupled with the fuel cells, but not as a main potential opportunity to install fully electrified systems on board. From your perspective, and before we get into discussions, why do you feel that there has been an uptake on batteries and discussion about batteries and integration of batteries on board yachts? If someone wants to jump on that.
I can start if I may. So hello everybody. For those who have ever heard about EODEV, you probably know that we come from a hydrogen perspective. So we've done, at first it was a boat called Energy Observer that demonstrated a microgrid, a floating microgrid. And no matter what technology you want to involve, you always need some batteries at some point because that's the best short-term way to provide power. And therefore, the way we came into batteries from the beginning is very easy. One, we realized that to technically run a fuel cell, running on hydrogen in our case, you need to have a battery on board. So that's the very first stage. That's technicality. And second, 99% of our customers, whether they are on the shore or on a boat, they already have batteries and they realize the limitation of batteries. And therefore, strategically, we have developed our business also around batteries by acquiring a battery manufacturer out of France called F-System with experience in battery for maritime industry, not only, but also for maritime industry. Because when you know the load profile, and it comes mostly from workboats, but there is also a lot in yachting. When you know exactly the load profile, you know best where you can position the battery side of things, and then after you can move on to the next steps. So in our journey, that's exactly how we came into this, and now we are pushing very, very much to have more and more batteries in our applications.
Thank you. Who else wants to?
Yeah, sorry.
Ladies first.
Ladies first. Thank you, gentlemen. Well, we are looking in our company maybe from the very beginning for the batteries for commercial vessels, for container vessels. So in addition to Langtech, where we manufacture green tech components, we also have a ship-owning company in the same group of family companies called Langship. And now when it's coming in 3.5 years that container vessels and passenger vessels are not allowed to use the auxiliary engines in port. So that gave the kick for us in Langtech to go for developing our own batteries and then starting to implement them on our own cargo ships. And then we of course see a potential in any type of ships in the European waters. If there will be shore power connection, that's one alternative for not using the auxiliaries, but then who really sees the future going so quickly that we would have the shore power connection available in container terminals, especially in EU ports. So there we see batteries being a very strong alternative.
Thank you. So we've got user cases, we've got regulations. Okay, next, who wants to?
Well, I come back to the question why batteries are so relevant, so important in electrification topics. Of course, batteries are always considered in a hybrid electric system from our side. So we started around 15 years ago working for the yachting industry at Siemens Energy. We can say we have some experience because we started when batteries were really not mature. So most of the owners was scary about the technology, and we come out nowadays where the battery are everywhere in every hybrid or electric system, of course. So having a battery means could be also have a full electric system if we see those amazing boats downstairs, but we have to be realistic that is only concerning a really small portion of the vessel operating. And regarding yachts, maybe you can count in one hand the boat globally with only battery for full electric propulsion. But anyway, battery are always considered and also developed more and more in the hybrid solution.
Thank you. So that's okay. We've got regulation, use cases, maturity of technology, and then.
Can I answer next? Yeah. So I think there are three reasons why batteries have actually become quite a popular choice in yachts. One is related to proven safety. Something that private yacht owners and their representatives, they are always, of course, concerned of, like, is it proven? Is it safe? And well, with Corvus Energy, we started in 2009, so we have already seen full lifetimes of batteries, more than 10 years. And we can say it's safe. The second is energy density. Luxury square meters is everything for a super yacht. The first batteries that we designed and built were not really energy dense. We just wanted to demonstrate that they are safe and they can actually do something useful. The first references were in offshore and smaller ferries. But now when the energy densities are really good and they are going to improve even further, it's a good case for many yachts. You can fit 4 megawatt hours in 15 square meters today, if we are talking about the standard deck height. That means that you can have a smokeless day when you're loitering around there, having, of course, the hotel on and maybe some little propulsion power in addition. And the third is, of course, cost, which has come down quite dramatically during the last years.
Thank you. And Daniel.
Yeah, from the actually regulatory part, I simply think batteries have started to grow more and more again because it's the simplest, or at least perceived as the simplest solution. We've been talking about all sorts of difficult or unknown energy sources, the methanols, the hydrogens, and the nuclear, and these are still seen as a kind of futuristic. There is still confusion about regulations around those, as opposed to batteries. In the end, is something that has been there forever. We've been using them. Automotive industry has demonstrated that it's really feasible, and therefore, I guess that's why we see a greater use, and people are not afraid of showing that they're using, and they have been using, and they will be using batteries more. As Tuomo was saying, the safety aspect is also there because we've seen far too many fires on yachts out there. Batteries. This is something that perhaps will be coming in the next.
That was one of the points I wanted to raise. Is you're talking about safety compared to other solutions, and the thing is, yes, there's been a number of fires. I mean, whether it was a Seabob or another toy catching fire and spreading fire to the entire boat, or a battery that for hotel load, for example, we don't always know. But the thing is that there's always been these things about, even on the automotive side, thermal runaway, cars catching fire, you can't stop that battery fire. So when we talk about safety, which is obviously a very key component in the yachting side, you say, now it's fine, like there's no problem. How, why, what's the, is it because of the chemistry? Is it because of the systems of protection that are put in place? I mean, how do you integrate that into, to make sure that the clients will be safe basically on board? Stéphane or Laura? Or?
Go ahead.
Well, we have very recently gone through the type approval of batteries, and with DNV in our case, and see that it's a very strict procedure that you have to fulfill, and you have, with DNV, you have to pass 3 thermal runaway tests in a row. So that kind of proof that you are having a product that is reliable. And of course, also the battery technology is going on and chemistry is becoming more safe and reliable.
No, I agree. So obviously this certification helps confirming the safety of a battery, but storing energy is always a risk. So it doesn't matter whether it's a fuel or it's a battery, there is always a risk associated with storing an energy. It's just being released in a case of an event differently. So we need to understand how it's being, it has to be handled. And obviously chemistry have evolved a lot. And given the low volume of this industry, I think we should be careful that we will not reinvent something new within this industry. We need to get inspired and to follow the trend of the biggest cells manufacturers having deployed their cells in a vast number of applications, and therefore follow the trend, get the benefit of the volume production in order to produce the state-of-the-art of the batteries. So it answers a little bit the trend on new cells. I think that at the moment we are adopting a generation of cells that are extremely safe and that we master, and I agree with you. Safety is the #1 criteria, followed by comfort in this industry. So this is really what we need to keep in mind rather than having the best figures in the market.
Yeah, I can add a number to the safety topic. So when Corvus started, I think our cell cost of all system cost was even up to 80%. The cells were extremely pricey. They were extremely pricey for everybody. Today, the cell cost is even less than 30%. So what is this outstanding 70? That's, for example, safety. So when we compare the EV batteries to maritime batteries are more expensive, not only because we operate on lower volumes, but also because the safety requirements are much higher. And that's also visible in the price.
Okay, so it makes sense from an economics perspective. The business case is clear. Then the big question which we started this morning with was talking about electrification. Because obviously if you've got 4 megawatt hours of batteries on board, right, you need to be able to charge them and charge them ideally fast or fast enough. How is that, I would say, slowing the process of adoption of big power batteries on board? Slowing down the process because the infrastructure is not in place, or is it slowly coming into play? I mean, what's the landscape on that front for shore power capacity to charge your batteries on a yacht? Or
ladies may start
let's
again.
See, Scandinavia is pretty good usually in these things. So what's the situation there?
Yeah, we especially on the cargo ship side, we see this issue that how will there be enough shore power capacity to supply if cargo ship starts charging the batteries in port. So that's why our thinking is the opposite, that we are planning to charge the batteries during the sea voyage. Okay, shaft generator is one alternative, but then it's fossil fuel, of course, in many cases that you would charge the battery with if the vessel is, like we saw in the early presentations today, that 91% of the world fleet is still running on fossil fuel. So there we are now looking also the possibility, because ships create a lot of waste heat, to take advantage of the waste heat and turn that into electricity by generators, this ORC technology that exists. So this is one thinking that is very advantage, especially for cargo ships. If that works on yachts, my vessel sizes are the cargo ships, and then our own small boat cannot really be called a yacht even. So then you experts in the yachting industry can say if that would be something here.
Yeah, maybe we can add what you said is totally right, because in yachting we still see that the most important feature is the flexibility. So while the electrification in port is growing, and we also saw before in other patterns, the investment has been made, and we will see in the next few years how the power will grow up. The yacht, for the moment, and also for the short term, has to remain flexible to be able to have a high power charging, but also to be able by shaft generation to be sustainable by itself, by generators. So it's not blocking so much, I would say, the development of hybrid systems, because there are solutions already making the yacht able to be flexible. But of course, in the next years, we will also see the fast charging feature unlocked thanks to the electrification imports. So,
but it's not there yet.
Almost there. Yeah, we are growing. I see that it's growing. Instead of others, in the previous panel, we saw other maybe developments less fast, like nuclear or methanol, but electrification is something tangible that we see is growing.
And so what you see from your use cases and boats that you've equipped, and the question of being able to recharge onshore and having the right infrastructure is less limiting than in other alternative solutions?
No, I think there's one bottleneck, and that's shore charging, really. Having an all-electric ship, there's nothing new. There's been Norwegian all-electric road ferries operating for more than 10 years. Well, they have their infrastructure in place, good for them. But the rest of the world is maybe not on the same level. I see that this is purely a shore charging topic. The good news for yachts is that yachts, their base load is quite low, so you could almost survive with a supercharger for EV, electric car. And now we also see that EU is really picking up on this topic. They now quite recently decided on a port directive which calls for 16 megawatt chargers in commercial ports. That is something. You can really charge quite big ships with reasonable charging times when we get to that level.
Well, yeah, the charging infrastructure, having our business sitting half on the land with stationary power and marine, we are very well aware of the issues that are coming our way on the availability of power on the shore. So it's not something that we will solve overnight. And I agree with the fact that with hybridization, we are already doing a lot by reducing, and we keep the single fuel, and we reduce already the consumption of this fuel. And we start also something that have been said just earlier. The experience, comfort, absence of vibrations, silent modes, is something that will bring a lot of attention in this, because it's all about experience and comfort. So the day you switch off your generator and you can experience the sea the real way, this is really bringing a lot of value. And to me, let's do this first step, have the second step wherever it's possible, meaning that having the full propulsion when the infrastructure is possible. But let's face reality, there are some areas where it's absolutely not possible. And while we are also working on this end to provide some shore power solution, whether they are based on solid oxide fuel cells or hydrogen fuel cells or anything that will make sense to charge batteries, this is going to take time until we have the right infrastructure. But before we get there, it doesn't mean that battery is not already bringing a lot of value in this experience.
Daniel?
Yeah, maybe I have a question rather than trying to answer. We see a lot of pressure and a lot of questions about getting ports and marinas ready to supply methanol, to supply hydrogen, to supply all these difficult or dangerous gases and liquids. I don't see the equivalent request and push to get more superchargers for yachting. Perhaps someone can help us here. Maybe I don't know what's happening with the port of Monaco.
Well, you can see that there's Aqua Superpower. They were pretty much the precursors in bringing in high power chargers. There's some actually on the pontoons here, and they've dotted along the French Riviera, in Italy, and everywhere. But there's not that many, and they did that, I would say, as an investment long term, because the use case was not there yet when they started doing it. So yes, it may be picking up. You have more and more electric boats on the smaller side, and that could be coming together. But it's not, I would say it's not sufficient yet. However, at the same time, you're all saying that it's fine because you can deal with it, and it's better to have the batteries there, even if it's not that simple to charge easily like cars. It won't completely impact the evolution of adoption of batteries, basically, for high power.
Well, there is still merit into pursuing the change into this. But coming back to the fast charging situation, there is nothing worse for a grid than a fast charging charger. Absolutely nothing. So if we really want to embrace the change, we will need to have batteries in port. This is what I'm talking about, because we will need to transfer this high-level capacity of discharge somewhere, so the grid is not suffering from this. And therefore, the conversation we need to have for this is to have batteries also on the shore and have the right level of safety around it, obviously, because we are talking about a huge number of batteries for a port like this one. And this is a conversation we need to have alongside the yachts.
Yeah, we Finns know that this is actually... Tuomo is also from Finland, so we have projects ongoing like this in Finnish ports where they are planning to have batteries shoreside to charge quickly on the ship.
But the good news is that these landside batteries, they are cheap, much cheaper than the onboard batteries because the regulations are lighter.
So what you're saying is that once we have big stacks of batteries, that then the boats can use to recharge their own batteries, right? As long as you've charged, obviously you've taken the time to charge the big power batteries on shore, because you've got plenty of time to do that throughout the nights, and then that will be transferred back into the boats, and that could be a very simple solution to implement, right?
It's exactly like a tank of fuel. Huh? So if you want to transfer to a tank of fuel inside the boat, you need to have a tank of fuel somewhere on the port. Huh?
All right. So why is that not happening yet?
In Finland, you can see the first installations soon, I guess.
Yeah. It's going to happen here, for sure.
Actually, it's not only in Finland, while you're doing great, but there are also a lot of things happening in New Zealand, also in Italy, in some places. But we need to have a conviction from the port operators mostly, that this is happening no matter what. Because we've been talking about methanol, we've been talking about hydrogen, we've been talking about a lot of different fuels, even HVO. If you really want to get rid of the scarcity of these fuels, then you need to optimize your consumption. And to optimize your consumptions, you need batteries, no matter what. So it will be necessary to have something to charge, because every time you will have the opportunity to charge your onboard batteries, you will consume less fuel.
Okay. Fine. Next point. What do you think then? You were mentioning that, okay, is battery safety, everything, the maturity of the technology. Do you see any further breakthrough in terms of development, or we've reached some kind of a glass ceiling in terms of the type of technology and therefore the energy density, like future developments for battery systems won't be 100% more powerful for the same volume or the same weight? Where does that landscape stand today? Or you can expect some disruptive solution that will be, I don't know, new types of batteries?
Can I start? Okay, so let's break the news. Solid state will not be in ships for the next 10 years.
I was afraid you would say otherwise. Okay.
No. So the lithium-ion batteries, we have LFP, NMC, LTO. They are the main categories, fifth-generation LFP products, which is also kind of making the foothold of solid state more shaky. So solid state is not, like I also thought when I started in batteries that solid state will solve all our problems, and there we go. But we talk about 30% improvement to lithium-ion batteries, not more than that. So more lithium-ion cells are improved. There's also less urgency to find the real next generation battery. Also, graphene was mentioned earlier today. Graphene has lots of great promises, and it's being developed, and it can hit the market one day. Same about the sodium-ion batteries, but lithium-ion batteries will stay here with us for the next decade at least.
Yeah, I fully agree. And I think that actually the biggest improvement that we are in front of us is to make sure that the boats are designed to accommodate batteries. And there is much more improvement in that space rather than waiting for the next generation of cells.
Yeah, I will add that. Yeah, sorry. That the question, to answer your question, we don't expect a very rapid peak change in the industry for the battery, as the other speaker knows better than me. Solid state battery, it's actually a interesting technology. I think it will bring a lot of value also for safety reason, also for weight, also relevant aspect, but they will not change the situation completely, and we have to think of something incremental.
Thank you. Laura?
One big change which I quite strongly believe we will see here in Europe quite soon is that there will be Chinese boat makers coming to the market with smaller motorboats, electric motorboats, fully electric, like they came. Chinese cars have come to the European market, electric cars. So there is a lot now cooking in China that they will start producing smaller size electric motorboats.
No, not just smaller. When you think about what Richard Liu announced, and developing obviously even a shipyard to have yachts, big yachts, and something that's a bit paradoxical is like big yachts, but cheap yachts, and using electric solutions, and coming out of China. We'll see how that.
Maybe the buyers are more ready for the small boats, I guess, cheap small boats than. Yeah, well, we'll see.
Well, that was one of my questions as well, because we talked about hybridization and how you look at the potential for the market segments in terms of, because at the moment we can see a number of small boats are being electric boats, obviously, some nice ones too. In terms of your experience and given the power range or the capacity range that is needed, and the weight and the volume and everything, do you see some thresholds between what's going to be hybrid solutions? We know diesel electric, we've known in diesel electric for a long time, but that type of hybrid solutions versus the full electric solution, what's the potentially the market segments or the size ranges that you can see in the yachting side? Or it's going to be at some point, it's going to be anyway full electric everywhere.
I think fully electric super yacht,
contradiction.
No. So as long as you want to do transatlantic crossing, I don't think an all-electric yacht is really the best idea. However, doing a day cruise all electric, that is fully possible, even with today's battery technology. Like I said, let's say 5 megawatt hours for 100 meter, it will do. And we are seeing that kind of projects already. So
as long as you can recharge.
Or then you charge with your engines. But if you don't have, it doesn't save the world, but you get a very comfortable day without the smoke. So at least that is a big bonus. But yes, some day cruising all electric, I think it's already today.
And talking about the architecture then, because Stefan, you mentioned something about the fact that the yacht designer, naval architect, shipyards need to make some work on integrating the big battery packs, basically. Is it that complicated in comparison? And I think about that thing because of retrofitting, whether it's going to be possible to actually turn an engine room into a battery pack at some point, or in fact in the architecture, the design of the boat, things need to be a bit different. I think Daniele can probably have some views on that too.
Obviously things are different. So especially given now the experience that we have in the maritime industry as a whole on what we need to do to make sure that we can implement batteries in a safe way. But the absence of noise and vibration, plus what we need to do, and the weight distribution changes everything about the way we are providing power on a boat at the moment. So if we don't take this as an input to design the next generation of boats, then we're losing a lot into this, right? And so the experience we have at the moment is that we can only unlock the best situations where we take this as a base in the conversation. We can throw batteries in the decks and avoid concentrating power the same way we are doing with traditional technologies. And that's the only way to really make it happen, because as I mentioned earlier, there is so much to improve in the way we integrate batteries rather than waiting for the batteries to be better.
Daniel,
totally agree with Stefan, because it's what is important is to start from the beginning at the end. We cannot think about the hybrid system, something that you can do retrofit on a traditional boat. Rather, you have to rethink from the beginning the design. Consider that maybe you will have to make some compromise for luxury space. We know that it's not a secret. The battery requires space, and the sooner you do, the earlier you do, the better you can actually create an efficient, safe, and reliable hybrid system for full electric. But it's very small portion at the moment, that also for the next years, I would say.
Thank you.
This change really happened, this change really happened in the automotive industry, if you look at it. We used to have the engines right behind what we call the firewall, which is just in front of you, right? Now, if you look at a battery, a BEV, it's always sitting below you, and the firewall is actually horizontal. The way distribution is all the way different. And so this is exactly the same example we need to follow.
Laura?
Yeah, at Langtech, we are also bringing to the market containerized battery solutions, but I fully understand that on the yachts, I could not manage to sell that.
Daniele, you wanted to add something?
No, let's say, I would say the electrical distribution or the hybrid distribution, including batteries, is actually the easiest from a classification point of view. There's really nothing new. The problems or the new things come with the new batteries and with increased power and the more compact and actually where you find the location. So that is introducing a number of questions around the off smoke and all these side effects of large batteries on board. Other than that, I would say again, from a classification point of view, batteries are the simplest way to do it.
Thank you. A couple of questions from the audience. A question and then.
I've actually two, but maybe let's keep it to one. The one I really wanted to ask is to Laura, because I really like the pictures of the big ships, but I was a bit surprised, like, okay, big container ships on batteries. What is the distance you travel with? What cargo can you transport? Is there cargo ships? Like, can you transport like a full cargo ship full up, like, but
yeah,
you understand what I mean?
On the cargo ships, it's not possible for propulsion. Maybe just a little bit of maneuvering in the port, but the energy consumption for a cargo ship propulsion is so much that
fair point.
Impossible. So just for the port consumption, the batteries, in order not to run your auxiliaries in port.
Thank you. Maybe one more, or someone else. The interesting one, I was like, okay, we had this small discussion somewhere in the middle about the batteries and like switching batteries on the port. What is that interesting discussion then about who owns the batteries? Who owns the fuel part of the port? Because batteries also degrade. We know that from our mobile phones. So if I have a new container ship and my battery goes out and I get an old battery in, how do we deal with that situation?
Well, I think from my perspective, it was more talking about having batteries on the shore, running a charger to power, because there is no way we see a standardization of batteries between yacht and shore. I don't see it. Maybe you see other.
No. Yeah.
One last question.
Yeah, thank you. More than a question, it's probably a comment. We in Italy did actually in the last year a special program devoted to cold ironing in order to improve the capability to charge large ships in the harbors. And before was asked why the batteries don't came together with the capability of transforming and putting an empty station in the harbor. I think it's just a matter of price. You have to align the development of the technology of the batteries and the cost reduction that we have seen in the last couple of years with the capability to install in the harbor this kind of technology. So I think it's just a matter of time, and at a certain point you will identify that simply bringing 20 megawatt in the harbor is not enough to supply all the charges needed, and at that time you will install the batteries on the shore.
Well, there is this, but I think we also need to have the users, the potential users, to push for this comfort side of things with batteries as users, because if we build infrastructure before we have appetite for the customers, it won't work. And that's the good thing with hybridization. If you see what happened in the automotive industry, we started with serial hybridization that reduced the fuel, but you couldn't plug them. And now we are plugging them and progressively going into BEVs in most of the cases. And I think we should follow more or less the same trends. And so experiencing very short period of time with zero, unless we are in Finland or some of the places where it's easy to charge. But I think there is room for these steps along the way.
I suppose what Dan mentioned about the fact that, or what you explained about the fact that you can't go into ports with regulation imposing that you have to be off generators, right? So you have to be having a clean solution. He's also helping and driving things to happen from a regulate. I mean, having the regulation pressure.
This is actually a really clear example. I mean, all Port of San Francisco, Port of in California, all these acts and all these local legislation that impose cruise owners, cruise ships and container ships to hook into the shore power, then it's a clear push towards something and a clear example that where regulations push for something, then everybody needs to comply. And it's going to happen for tankers as well, and perhaps even to yachts.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to try and summarize in, I would say, one sentence, I would say my conclusions from all these sessions. So if I think about from a regulation or going beyond the political decisions that always need to be made, I can imagine coming in with a big yacht. It probably won't be mine for sure, but coming in with a big yacht, let's say one that is also equipped with wings or sails or dyno rigs or what, powered by a dual fuel engine, coming into shore, coming into port in Monaco. If I can sail, then great, I sail. If I don't sail, then I will use my batteries. And once I get into Monaco, I have a nuclear powerhouse there that can actually recharge my boat. Would that work?
You forgot the fuel cell for hotel load, but yeah, if you want to have the whole range.
Yeah, because we're going to have a dual fuel engine, so with the fuel cell, reforming, whether it's reforming methanol or you've got liquid hydrogen on board, it's possible. But because I've got the sailing yards, then I can do hydro generation as well, a bit of solar panels, but the main thing is to have the nuclear power on the quay. Because then it also means that the electricity that's generated, whether you're an advocate of nuclear power or not, but at least the electricity, because something that people don't think about very often is what's your source of electricity. And in France, it's nuclear. But let's say you go to Germany, at the moment, it's not very clean. And when you recharge your car, or potentially your yacht, you're actually contributing to further emissions of CO2. So thinking about that, electricity is great. It's great for comfort. It's great for everything, provided the origin of electricity is also a good one. So maybe at some point we'll have nuclear power here. But until then, I think what it shows is that there's lots of solutions that are all technically feasible. They all work. We all know it's possible. Yet the rate of adoption and the rate of political decisions is not as fast as the technology and the demonstration that all of you have shown us. Thank you. One last official picture. And then you can all escape for lunch, which is served outside as a buffet. Thanks again for your participation, questions, contribution, discussions. I hope you enjoyed this year's session, and we look forward to seeing you next year, probably. Thank you.
Aujourd'hui, notre bâtiment est bien plus qu'un simple édifice, devenu un lieu de vie dynamique pour nos 2500 membres.
Notre yacht club doit être un exemple et un moteur. Cela